Supersonic retro propulsion. I don't know why there's no sound. I don't know why there's no sound. There's just this computer decided to stop making sound. That's good. That's good. You know, I turned my computers on because I might be a little bit close cutting it to the launch. Turn the computers on. One restarts itself because Windows Update without me asking it to, and now I have no sound. That's how my day is going, fellas. That's how my day is going. Launch looked good. Saw it on my damn phone. I've had a horrible day. Well, not really. It's not really a horrible day. The traffic really ruined it. Oh, look at this. What a shot. Brand new booster. Better cameras. Oh, look, you can see the drone ship. Come on. Stick it for your first try. Let's go. Oh, that is dope. Look at that. What a shot. It's crisp as hell. Yo, that's... Oh, that was nice. A little bit off center, but that's okay. Wow. Okay. All right. No, I'm all right. I'm good now. Wow. Look at how clean it is. It's so clean. That was sick, dude. The shot, dude, you usually don't get that part of the landing because it's so violent, right? Did you see how the grid fins were moving around? We could see it clear as day. Oh. There's the chill, there. I mean, not the chill down. There's the vent down. Look, you can see it. There it is. Oh, that's nice. Look at helium purge down right there. They're still showing it. They usually don't show the first stage this much. Yep. And right when I say that, it cuts. Hello. Yeah, Tessa, it's good. She's good. That was really nice. You could fit underneath it, Flykin, if you were standing next to it. Like, the engines would be up here. If you were standing next to this booster after it landed, you could walk underneath the motors. The motors are 2 meters off the ground. So I could be standing right here and I could do this and put my hand up and the nozzles would be right around here. Yeah. Yeah, like this. See? Yeah, ask me how I know that. How do you know that? Well, I've done it. I mean, you asked. Yeah, Falcon 9's big, 15-story building. Next time you're driving through the city or something, find a 15-story building and look at that and say, that's how tall a Falcon 9 is. You asked to ask, yeah, sure. Photoshop, PY? Photoshopped? Ain't no Photoshop, boy. How did things go? Good. I literally, like, so we were driving with my parents, and my car is at my parents' house, so I made Bree go get the car with my parents. I'm like, drop me right off! I have to get to the damn apartment! Dude, it takes 45 minutes to get to the house with no traffic. We left the house 45 minutes. We left the house 2 hours ago. Well, Falcon and I never use Raptor engines, no. We left the house 2 hours ago. I budgeted time into my schedule. To take into account that there might be traffic. Because a lot of people use these roads on Saturdays too. So I budgeted maybe an hour delay because of traffic. Somebody crashed their goddamn car. Somebody crashed their car and they shut down the highway. So I figured in, an hour for traffic because it's Saturday, everybody's out, it's a nice day. I figured an hour for traffic, even taking it into account, because if we left 2 hours ago, that would have gotten me here 15 minutes before the launch, figuring in the worst case scenario of traffic. The worst case scenario ended up being there was being an accident and they shut the stupid road down and they detoured 3-lane highways. So 3 lanes out, 3 lanes back, so a 6-lane highway onto a 2-lane road. 2-lane one way. It took us 2 freaking hours to get home. It took us 2 hours. Well, at least I'm not going to have to deal with that anymore. Are you going to do the OFT launch? I'm not doing it. Tori Bruno is doing it. Oh, W, it's terrible. It's terrible. It usually takes 45, and I was like, I know that, the launch is at 4:30. That's my absolute worst. So we got to leave here. We got to leave here at like 3. The worst case scenario is going to take an hour. Nope, road shut down. And you know what the messed up part is? We had to take a detour to get down there. I had to take a detour, or not down there, out there. I had to take a detour to get out there because there was another accident on the damn road. I was 15 minutes late to the damn home inspection because there was another accident on the road and they had to shut down another road. That's an entirely different road. Oh, how's the heat over there? It's 90 degrees out. It's pretty sweet. Did the inspection go well? Yeah. Let's look at the launch footage. They really need to plan their accidents better. No, people need to learn how to freaking drive. I still don't know why this computer isn't here. Microsoft reset my audio settings. Yep. Oh yeah, my output device. Yeah, let's output sound to the monitor. Oh no, that's the Oculus device, Realtek. Why? Pro capture? Thanks, Microsoft. Very cool. So cool to see stuff on the webcast that you've seen with your own eyes driving past. Oh, I bet, Devlin. Yeah. Shiva did Shiva did it. Here, ready? There. Wait.
Eastern time. We've got a view of the payload fairing and the second stage, and you can see that the clamp arms on the transporter erector have just started to open. The transporter erector is that truss structure you see to the left of the vehicle. Now, the transporter erector was used to roll the Falcon 9 out to the pad and raise it to this vertical launch position.
Yep.
And it also routes the vehicle's fluid.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Element Race, 7-month resub. Did you watch Elon's interview yet? No,
Discovery,
I
go
haven't.
and throttle up.
No, man. Jen, I went to sleep after the stream last night. I woke up, I drove to a home inspection, and then came back and turned the stream on again. That's all I've done, dude. Bathurst 12-hour GT race going on in the rain and fog. Yeah, see this part of Australia? Screw this part of Australia. What's the plan for the rest of the day? I don't know. I walked through my damn apartment with shoes on. I still got my shoes on. If you don't mind, I'll put on a space video and take 15 to get settled, and then we'll go from there. Look at this. I got the coffee in the mug. Brand new booster, huh? Talk about house and decompress. Yep. Hopefully you've eaten today. Yeah. Rockets are not the only thing going fast today. Doesn't it look weird with a new booster? It's definitely strange. It's something about it. You know what this looks like when you see 3D renders before they have like the textures on them? Right? And it looks too clean. And you're like, oh, that looks weird. That's what that looks like. Oh, nice, Goalie. 268 miles an hour. Yeah, I turned on the cast in the car about here, and I'm listening to it. I'm just like, ugh. Hey, Charlinelle, how are you? This is a replay, guys, but this was like just 5 minutes ago.
Director giving their final go for launch. We're just
Mank, I was reading chat. I saw you saw it.
Pretty
cool, huh?
Falcon looking healthy.
Is it?
Just 30 seconds to go. Let's watch Falcon.
Mank, how close were you? Yeah, Astro.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Everything looked good there, guys. It looked pretty damn textbook to me.
Falcon is fishing downrange. M1D chamber pressures are nominal.
You saw it brand new from the factory. You'd see the life leaders sitting in the Cape hangars. It's quite the difference.
Successful liftoff of Falcon 9 from Space Launch Complex in Florida, bringing 53 Starlink satellites into orbit. This first stage lifting off for its first time.
Yo, this has upgraded cameras on it. Look at how crisp that shot is on the left.
Down on the rocket. As we ascend, we tilt the engines. That's called gimbaling, and we begin to turn the rocket horizontally. So we're still going up, but we're starting to pick up sideways
right there.
Speed away from the pad.
They upgraded the cameras, though. Look at how crisp that is.
So this is what we use to get ourselves into orbit.
Look,
coming up next.
You can still see ice coming off the booster. Dude, this thing is like 10 miles up in the air. 13. Okay, 9 miles up in the air. Jeez.
Stresses are highest on the vehicle. We're speeding up. The atmosphere is getting less dense. And so there's a point of maximum pressure on the vehicle.
That is crisp.
So now that we're through that, it should be easier and easier for Falcon to get into orbit.
Ogromny megapixel.
And we've got 3 events coming up about a minute from
yeah,
now.
Yeah, DOS
the
quality
first
cameras.
of those being
DOS
main
had these
engine
quality
cutoff,
cameras like 5 years
or
ago,
MECO.
bro.
That's where we'll shut down all 9 of the Merlin 1D engines
what a nice
in preparation
shot.
for the next event, which is stage separation, where the first and second stages will separate from one another.
This was just a
First
second
stage
ago, guys.
continuing back towards
I
planet
came in a little bit late because of traffic, because I was. I'll tell you more about that later. But yeah, this was like 10 minutes ago at best.
Engine chill beginning on the Merlin vacuum engine that's prepping the turbo pump.
Yeah, this
on the
is an
Merlin
upgraded
vacuum in
camera.
preparation for full propellant flow.
Whatever upgraded camera this is, it's running a higher focal length. We never used to see the rim of the housing right here. So this camera is running a way higher focal length, but the quality of the picture is way better.
SES1.
Maybe snib. And then
Main engine cut off. Stage
Ka-ching!
separation confirmed.
One person clapping.
Back ignition.
Oh, that's so cool. And
Separation confirmed.
fairing separation. Boop. See ya.
Awesome. So those 4 events happening. Maybe we'll get an extra shot of those fairing halves heading back to planet Earth. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, well, there's the Merlin vacuum and a fairing half. Left-hand side, you can see...
Still impressive how routine these are. You know what the crazy part is, Joey? This is not even close to the planned frequency of Falcon 9 in Q3, Q4 this year. It's literally going to be not every day, but not once a week either. Some weeks in Q3, Q4 this year, you're going to have like 2 Falcon 9, 3 Falcon 9. It's kind of like this, but actually this, but like for like 6 months straight. Their manifest for Falcon 9 is over 75 launches remaining in the year. Easily over 75. Yeah, easily. That includes Falcon Heavy, crew missions, Starlink. I mean, you guys got to remember, they got OneWeb. They got the OneWeb work. That's a lot of launches. That's a lot of payload to put up into space. Starts working faster to crank out Falcons. Please do. I mean, yeah. Like, look, we were swooning over a freaking rare booster. Like, it's a rare booster because it's its first flight. It's its first flight. This used to be the common occurrence. Now it's the uncommon occurrence. It's like, wait, what? The booster hasn't flown 10 times? Like, what? Like, I've seen it in chat. I've seen people even say, like, oh, this booster has only been reused 6 times. I don't care. Like, it's like crazy. That huge manifest is why they needed this booster. Yeah, Thomas, I've never thought about that. There, in Devlin too, yeah, the demand for Falcon is so high that they don't have enough reusable boosters to handle the damn manifest. They have to make new ones. Yeah, look at the camera quality. It's freaking amazing. Hey, Phone Sister, how are you? They had 1069, but Octograbber ate its engines and damaged it. Yeah.
Discovery, go at
Chimera! Over a year. Woo! 13 months. Look at how crisp that shot is, man. Oh my goodness. And 1069 threw a wrench in the core manifest. Yeah, that thing falling off the boat, dude. That sucks. This looks like a higher altitude. It's just the focal length, Bandit. Yeah, this camera's running at a way higher focal length. This is pretty normal. Like, think about it, dude. This looks like an old skateboarding video circa like 2004. See the rim on the housing right there. What is the life expectancy for a booster? 10 flights. Yet, Badger, they have 3 boosters that are at 12. They have 3 boosters at 12 flights. They expected 10, but I guess Falcon 9's over-engineered. I guess. Greggy. Yeah, 1 is at 13. That's right. Yep. Imagine one day where they finally limited the number of reuses and start selling off surplus Falcon 9s. Yeah. I don't know. Flagpoles, bridge support. Museums, Mike. Museums are lining up for these dang things. Think about it, dude. You run a museum right now, you have a Falcon 9 in your museum, everyone's going to want to see it. Especially one that's flown. He said that was a theoretical maximum, drummer. And they will put 1060 into temporary retirement after its 15 flight to do a full inspection on the impacts of flights. Then it will be reintroduced into the fleet per NSF. Jeez. The fleet. The fleet. The fleet. A fleet? They have a fleet of dragons? And a fleet of... Like, what the hell? How did we get here, man? It seems like we were on the cusp of reusability, and then just all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, this booster's flown 10 times. Whatever. Fleet of Yeeters. Up Yeeter 9. Practical max is better than theoretical max. I'm going to guess, Skycap, they probably get 20 flights out of a booster. Look. If like, okay. Why? Why do I think that? Why do I think 20 flights? Where did I pull that one out? Well, okay, look. A booster flew 10 times, and they were very quick to reuse it. The 10th to the 11th flight was not that much of a gap. It wasn't a year. Oh, man. It wasn't a year, right? It was less time than that. Look at the arrow. Take that thing. That's what the bouncing around is. Oh, she getting thick. Come on. It didn't take a year. They went from the 10th to the 11th flight very quickly, which means that they went and looked at it and said, wow, this is better than we thought. So I don't see why they wouldn't get up to 20 flights with one as long as they keep inspecting it. Damn, that is cool. Can you reprocess old boosters and melt them down to make new stuff? I don't think they even have to with Block 5's Spawn Sister. I think Block 5s are over-engineered. One of the upgrades... That's so freaking cool, dudes. One of the upgrades for Block 5... Not a lot of people know this. And this is... Yeah, not a lot of people know this. You can find this information. It's out there. One of the huge upgrades they did to Block 5 is to make it serviceable. Block 5's upgrades weren't just the darker interstage or, you know, the titanium grid fins. It wasn't just stuff like that. They made Falcon 9 able to be taken apart really easily. It can be serviced. They changed the serviceability. That's why they can turn them around so fast compared to these old boosters. They used the knowledge of trying to reuse Block 4 boosters and applied that to Block 5. And they made these 5 boosters easy to fix. If something does go wrong, as long as you get it back, it's easy to fix the thing. You can take legs off. You can put new struts in, new crush cores. They made all that, like the whole thrust section is designed to come apart. It's really easy to take it apart. Oh, you mean what should have been done with the shuttle? They did it once from Columbia to Challenger brand, and then yeah. What they did with the shuttle, dude, would be like us being stuck with Falcon 9 1.1. It might be able to be reused, maybe. Like, even if you did reuse it, it'd be hard to turn it around for the next flight. That's why they stopped iteration on the shuttle after Challenger. It's a shame. And see, Falcon 9, believe it or not, is what proved to me that the shuttle could have been reused every week. Oh yeah, sure, why not? It would have taken a little bit to get to that point. It's a much more complicated system, but you could have gotten there. Sure, no problem. How many 1.1s did land? Like 2, 3, something like that, Supercraft? A lot of margin was built into Block 5. A number of flights for one core is just needing refinement of the margins and component life. That's what I mean, Devlin. It's so well engineered. They did such a good job. They did such a good job. Well, looking around for VAB design, I came across this. Oh yeah, very nice. Yep, there's your sliding tray design. Huge congrats on the house. Thanks, Arsenal. My theory is currently maybe 20, but at 15 needs more inspections to prove it. That's right, Devlin. It's all about the data. But the quick reflight from 10 to 11 tells me that at least 20 is good for it, man. Like, That means somebody took apart a 10 flight booster, looked at it and said, this is fine. What? It's not even damaged. And then they put it back together. It's like, all right, we'll check again at 15, right? Like, I mean, you said it, but also 104911 will be thrown away during Nilesat 301. 1049 per Elon. The old Block 5s are a pain in the rear to work on to get ready for reflight. Oh, okay. But with all the Starlink launches, they could just keep launching them until they start popping components. Bingo, Tessa. Starlink is the key. Starlink is the key to proving SpaceX's reusability theories. That is the key. It's always been the key. I've realized it in like 2019 because I realized it a little ways back because think about it, like the internet satellite, if you have a satellite-based ISP that doesn't suck, everyone's going to go for that. That's going to be your moneymaker. That's going to be your breadwinner, right? Obviously. Launching, dude, Starlink could easily pay for Falcon 9 operations. Easily. And also, Starlink, the revenue that you make from that could pay for Starship development. It's genius, man. It's so smart. Yeah, tech. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, let him talk. Let him talk. People have no clue. Guy's a savage individual. I don't know how... Tech, I don't understand how he can have the foresight that he does. How is that even possible? How did you see this coming 5 years ago? I mean... The only thing that nobody has that kind of foresight, right? Like no one can predict the future. The only way that you could see a theory like that and make sure that it happens is grit to freaking get it done. That's the only way to do that. That's why that's cool, and that's why I respect the hell out of the guy. Most of the life limiting, I imagine, is the pressure cycles on the tank structure itself. I mean, Devlin, they ain't inspecting the welds for no reason, right? Hey, Alucard. Yeah, Lolda, yeah, I know. It's, people try to pull the entitlement thing, and I'm like, you're out of your goddamn mind. Yeah, he's Thomp, you're not wrong. What was today's launch? Starlink. Facha. Dude, look at this. I gotta show you. Here, take a look. This was the breadwinner today. Look at this shot. They had upgraded optics on the booster. Take a look at this. Look at this camera. Look at this camera. Oh. Oh, look, this camera's so crisp you can see the drone ship clear as day here in a second. Watch the left grid fin. Oh, man. Damn, that's cool. What the frick? A little shaky, isn't it? That's the arrow, Vin. Was this the Bahamas landing? No, I don't think they're going to fly that anytime soon. Yeah, Fachi, you see it? No loss of signal through it, through aerodynamic interface. Look at... Oh. Even the drone ship camera looks better. Right, stress test? It looks so easy. I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. Helium purge down right there. I would guess they're using drone ships for safety, but is there any plans for boosters to land back at the launch sites? They have that capability on capping if they need to, but the drone ships are the one that are proving their worth, because RTLS takes a lot of Delta V, and that's a huge hit on payload performance, even with Falcon 9. Now don't get me wrong, SpaceX is working on a way to solve that problem. These two. They're working on a way to solve that problem. Yeah, you know what the solution is, believe it or not? You want to get more Delta V with your first stage? Increase its TWR. Dead serious. Falcon 9 Block 5. Here's a funny story. Not a lot of people know this. Falcon 9 Block 5 has less delta V than Block 4. Think about it for a second. The first stage gets out of the atmosphere quicker. Well, guess what? That's less time fighting the air. So if you make the engines a little less efficient and make them more powerful, stretching the M1D's design, you end up getting more delta V. You get out of the atmosphere quicker, right? And because you have more thrust, you don't need to burn as much during landing. The landing burn is literally shorter because you're making more thrust. That gives Falcon 9 more time to use drag to slow itself down. It's actually really, really smart. You wouldn't think that that's how that works, but you wouldn't think, but now you're thinking about it. No, that's a good idea. That's really smart. And, okay, so how do I know that? How could I possibly know that? Flightclub.io. Watch a Block 4 flight ascent profile next to Block 5. It goes way faster. Totally different. Scott Manley said this is going to be the Bahamas landing. I don't think this was a Bahamas landing, but I could be wrong. Is the drone ship really about the size of a football field? Chat was asking about the scale. All right. Podweep. Okay, see Falcon 9. It's hard to look at anything on the drone ship to convey scale, so I'll get the flex picture out. There's Das and I standing next to one. And now keep in mind, that is like a Block 3 or a Block 4. That's your size. I'm 100... What am I, Podry? I'm 192 centimeters tall. I can walk underneath it. I could walk underneath the engines and put my hand up and my hands would go into the nozzle. I believe they canceled that Bahamas landing zone and changed to a northern track. Yep. You tower over Das. Das isn't small. He's 6 feet tall, Geeson. I'm 6'4", dude. Freaking rugby player, man. I played American football for 7 years, dude. I could have been pro back in 1982. I can't compute centimeters in height. 6'4", if you want the America units measurement. So, I could have been somebody back in 1982. No, Tech, I could have been. I got recruited for a bunch of stuff, and I was just too dumb to realize it. I got recruited for lax. I got recruited for track and field. I stopped playing football. I got asked to come back. Stop playing football because I want to go home and play Counter-Strike all day. Oops. That's what I mean. That's what I mean about going and doing your homework. Do your homework. Do your homework so you can do this stuff in real life and not just do it for fake in Kerbal Space Program. It's probably worth it. Probably. Bet you I could throw that stake over there. Stake over there. Right over that mountain. I could have been somebody back in 1982. Wow. Underrated flick. What is that? Israel successfully tests solid rocket booster for... Yep, okay, ads on that. We all suffer from youth at one time or another. So when will we see you playing this? Orbital Combat is out now. And no, I'm good. Yeah, Ando, I know, I am stupid. Because, look, it's not that... I should have listened because, if you're good at sports, and it doesn't matter what sport, if you're good at sports here, it looks... Colleges want you. They want people that play sports. So if I'd kept playing football, it would have gotten me into a good school. There's a guy that ended up working for NASA, wrote a whole story about that. The book's called Rocket Boys. They made a movie about it called October Sky. And that's why... That's the reason why that movie is one of my favorites, because... Everybody in Homer Hickam is the main character. It's a semi-biography, right? Homer Hickam's the main character, and the only way to be somebody in his town in the 50s was to be a football player. And he wasn't good at football, so he wanted to do something else. He wanted to do something with rockets. And because he didn't want to play football like anybody else, right? Because he didn't want to do that, everybody said, fine, it's either football or nothing, or you go work in the coal mine. And, yeah, he ended up showing that, yeah, there is a future with rockets. He ended up working at NASA for like 30 years. Yeah. That's October Skies, probably my favorite movie, dude. One of my favorite movies. Like, but even then, like, see, I wasn't like Homer. I was actually pretty good at football. Oops. For what it's worth, you inspired me to do the last push to get into the aerospace with your stream. Now I'm a space mission software engineer training to be a systems engineer. Really, Ivo? Is that where you've been? I noticed you haven't been around. Is that what you've been doing? Holy crap, oh, that's awesome, dude. That's sick. Hell yeah. Good for you, dude. That's excellent. Like, yeah, freaking, I told you again, I'm freaking chonker. I don't like bragging about it. Like, why would I brag about it? It's weird. Look at my muscles. Yeah, no, yeah, look at this flab. Yeah, it's flabby. It's not good. But, yeah, there's your size, Podwe. Falcon 9s are bigger than you think. The camera doesn't do it justice. You and I could walk underneath right here. Easily. This is the size of a soccer pitch, man. All day. It's the sunglasses? Yeah. Yes, Homer Hickam is a Vietnam vet. That's right, Tech. He served. He was over there. And not many people understand what over there means, but he was over there. I do. I was there. Yep, over there. Over there. Also, rockets look 10 pounds heavier on cameras. I also went into aerospace because of you and Das. I'll get you to agree eventually. Attaboy kick. You see the IndyCar race? It's raining on the track. No, I've been doing house stuff. Vung Tao. Jeez, man. Well, I'm glad you're still with us, dude. I like my history, Tech. I think it's important to understand history, or else you'll repeat itself. It'll happen again. Cheers. Yeah, you too. Right on, man. I think it's fair to say Elon made space cool again. Don, I'm successful because Elon, man. That guy has brought me untold success. You know, once removed, right? But, oh yeah. No, do you think this stream would be popular if we were just covering Atlas V all day? Atlas V and Soyuz? No way, man. No way. Not to dump on Tory Bruno or ULA at all. But, yeah, SpaceX is making it cool. And they make it fun, dude. The leaders just pit 3 times in 5 laps in the rain in the IndyCar race. Yikes. I wouldn't mind the Apollo project repeating itself. Yeah. I mean, who else launches a Tesla Roadster in space? Joey, I still think that's funny. Zona Destroyer Escort D-1036. I like the coincidence of Elon also being the name of the Martian leader in Von Braun's 1950s sci-fi novel Mars Project. Yeah, Axiom, that's a little strange. That is a bizarre coincidence. I will admit that. Is NASA actually planning for Mars missions? Don, man, they're gonna go to the moon first. Gotta go to the moon first. Think about it. Going to the moon is like camping in your backyard, and then going to Mars is like camping out in a national forest. It makes sense. You'd practice first. Yeah, Alicarnia, you're not wrong. Yeah, that's right, Supercraft. If we didn't have the commercial program, well, you got to remember, the commercial program was part of Constellation. That's the future that I want. When I say I wanted Constellation shouldn't get canceled. The implication there, and a lot of people don't get this right. The implication there is that, oh, that means you don't like SpaceX? No, that doesn't mean that at all. I want more rockets, not less. That's the implication there. A lot of people don't know that commercial orbital transport services and commercial crew was part of the Constellation program. That was the plan. To commercialize low Earth orbit when NASA decided to go back to the moon in the late 20-teens. Oops. That was the idea. That was the plan. That's what they wanted to do. I still want to see an asteroid redirect one day. Second moon would be cool. Yeah. Look up DART. The DART mission, Mike. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was in the glove compartment. Username, if I'm remembering right. DART. D-A-R-T. The double asteroid redirect. Sky Captain, yeah. Also, these are your dad's. Wow. Whoa. Hey, my guy. Rifleman. Yeah, he's got the rifleman's pen in there. Nice, Panta. Yeah, those are pretty good. Second burn on stage 2 complete. Payload Yeeterino coming up. Alright. Okay. Huh. Yeah, tech now. You don't need to talk. A 1954 Corvair station wagon. Corvair, there was no 54 Corvair. Corvair's first year was 1960, I believe. What position did I play? In football hand, I started as a left guard on offense, and then I moved to left tackle, and then I started growing, and they put me a wide receiver. That's where I stopped. I just moved to tight end or wide receiver. But here's the thing. The offense that my high school coach ran, he liked running a wing T offense. So if you know football, that's running. That's the running game. He liked the running game. He didn't like passing the ball. And that was 16-year-old EJ's justification for not wanting to play football anymore. You're never going to pass me the ball. That, and I wanted to play Counter-Strike. It's kind of half and half. Actually, the real truth about that is I wanted to play Counter-Strike, so I tried to come up with an excuse to not play. But, yeah. Computer science concussions? GSF. I didn't get concussions. I gave them. Big dude. Just run people over. It's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun. It's fun. I did get hit a couple of times. I did get the lights knocked out a couple of times. It does hurt. It hurts. It hurts. Yeah. Picture having a concussion is like getting hit by a bus. Like, picture getting hit by a bus. It hurts. Like that. Just the pain was so bad it was dizzying. Like, I'm just like, I don't know what planet I'm on. Oh, this is nice. It's not too late to play again. I have herniated discs in my back. I couldn't play if I wanted to. I meant Counter-Strike. Yeah. You gotta be tough. You gotta be tough to play football. You gotta be tough. Hello, good citizen. I'm Batman. Yeah. Anyway. That was a half of a Starlink launch coverage. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Bruins are playing like hot garbage. Whenever they play like hot garbage in the first of the postseason game, that means they usually come out swinging in the second or the third. So let's hope it's game 7. I caught a football once. I broke a finger. No. If you try to catch a football like this or like this or like this, you'll break a finger. You got to catch it like this. You got to make a triangle. Make a triangle with your hands, and then use that as a sight. And then make the nose of the football go into the triangle. And then once you feel it on your pointer fingers, do that. That's how you catch. You got to catch it at a certain. Rugby's the same way. Rugby's the same way. You don't catch the rugby ball right. It'll crush one of your fingers. So you ready for another Starlink on Wednesday? Thomas, they could literally do this every day, and I still wouldn't be satisfied. We have to make rocket launches as frequent as airplane flights. So I'm talking multiple rocket launches every day. Multiple every day, some coming up, some coming down. We need that. That's where we need to be. I will not be satisfied with this. I will not get tired of rocket launching until it gets to that point. Until we have to cover rocket launches more like the streams that are like tracking planes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, don't catch a high-lie ball. A high-lie ball. No, you're supposed to get out of the way of those, aren't you? Imagine covering every Ryanair flight. Supercraft, that's the point when it's going to get boring. And then that case doesn't matter. We still got lunar missions. If the cards go right. Watching planes take off and land is still entertaining. Oh, Thump, I love it. I could do that. We could do airplane landing streams, sure. When are we going to launch 2 rockets next to each other? It's never been done, as far as I can remember, Tomas. It's never been done. What has been done is launching one and then launching another right after it. Gemini 6 and Gemini 6A. The way you just said that reminds me of DiCaprio's depiction of Howard Hughes in The Aviator. At that point, you transition to covering the big milestone launches. Yep. That's right, Devlin. Oh, dude, even now, I can see the numbers forming, dude. Human-rated missions are the ones that get the most. Starlink launches get the least. True story. Yeah.
Discovery.
The only Starlink launches that get, like, above, like, maybe 1,000 viewers, dudes, are the ones that have, like, a booster that's being reused a lot. So, like, a 13th. Or, like, a Life Leader mission. Those are the ones that people care about. If it's just, like, that one... I feel bad for missing the launch of it, but even that one, that wouldn't have gotten you much. Falcon Heavy was like 3 at once, though, right? I mean, cooking fat, the 2 boosters landing next to each other was probably the closest we're ever going to see to 2 rockets going off at the same time near each other. Hey, Graham Cracker. Yeah, Long Eye, I saw it. I was there. I was there for the first Falcon Heavy flight. We were about 4 miles away on the ITO Causeway. Oh, yeah. We were really close. Oh, no, NASA Causeway. We were close. Close to the landing zone. Closer than most. Like, 95% of the people that were at that Falcon Heavy launch in, February 2018? We were really damn close. I saw those boosters come back down with my own eyes. It's nuts. It's the weirdest thing you've ever seen. I also growled at the rocket because it was so ridiculously awesome. I had a little bit of a visceral experience and just went... Damn, Ice Mage. Yeah, no, I metal screamed at the rocket, Long Eye. There's footage of it around on YouTube. Oh, yeah. The thing, dude, we heard the rumble and it was just, dude, I went, yeah, yeah. It's some real, like, yeah, real testosterone stuff. Like, I don't know what it's, look at me. Like, what do you want? What would say the top 3 most interesting space missions of this year? Artemis 1, Starship Orbital Test Flight, and probably the Psyche mission. Or OFT2, or CFT2 if that, or CFT1 if that ever happens. Closest I got. There you go, Mike. Yeah. Took the extended tour, huh? Yeah, that's pretty good. It growled at me, Poison. I'm sorry. Like, my adrenaline was pumping so much. Like, I don't know, man. It growled at me, so I growled back at it. Like, it tried to assert dominance, so I was like T-pose. Actually, I did an A pose. I did the yeah, brother. More Starlink stats. Let's go. I know a guy who strapped a Starlink receiver to the top of his boat and streams way out in the middle of the ocean. That's awesome, Nachos. The launch is already gone. It already went, but it was good, man. It was a good launch. Indy is a drifting sport now. And this is Indy at Indy Road. This is This track sucks in the dry. It's a hard track to drive. Even in the... Whoa! Golly Jesus. Okay. All right. No! He's got it. What the frick? What in the absolute frick is this? You gotta be kidding me. Could you actually do a double rocket launch? Sure. Why not? As long as you had 2 redundant mission controls. This is Herta, right? Yeah. Whoa! Dude, it's like an inch from death. Oh my god. Deja vu. I just been to this place before. Higher on the beat. And I know it's my time to go. Let me see that again. Dude. Oh my god. New pants. Get gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas tonight. How close could you have 2 rockets launching? A couple 100 feet away, Kane. It shouldn't be an issue. And he keeps it in too. Yeah, I know. Herta's got balls, man. Tessa, this kid's coming to Formula 1 with Andretti, I think. Herta's good, man. He's a good driver. Like, better than Mazepin. What? Sorry. Herta's nasty good. Oh my god, dude. Oh, you don't know how close that is to going very wrong. Oh my goodness. Herta's the current leader. He took the lead soon after that drift, and he's held it since. Full lock, Impy. Yeah, you see that? He's full lock left. He didn't even do this. He flipped the wheel around again. How fast was he going through there? 80, 90 miles an hour? Damn, people were not home when floor measuring people went yesterday. Scrambling to find a different place since next measurement appointment is not until the 27th. Yeah. Okay. All right, dudes. We can talk about the house in a second. Let me get a little bit situated here, okay? We'll put on a video real quick, and we'll go from there. Award just spun under caution while running second. What lap are they on, Ice Mage? Kind of want to watch this. That was a few 100 feet. Yeah, goalie. Yeah, it's time now. 7 minutes left. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to shut the stream off, and I'll be back. No word on payload yeet yet. 7:20 left time race. Okay. I'm going to shut the stream off. I'll be back probably at the top of the hour at 6, okay? We'll wait 20 minutes. Actually, you know what? 20 minutes is enough to put on the video. It'll be fine. Let's never mind. Yeet confirmed. Sweet. All right. I'll switch us over to Space News, and we'll go from there. And then we'll talk about the house and stuff.
Sunday, April 12th, 1981. Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The Space Shuttle.
I'll be back in a second.
14 stories high, 2,000 tons, poised on the pad for its maiden flight. This is Columbia, the spaceship that will orbit the Earth. Its external tank. It holds over 500,000 gallons of fuel for Columbia's 3 main engines. And the solid rocket boosters, the largest ever used on any launch vehicle and the first to be employed in a U.S. manned flight. At liftoff, the solid rocket boosters, together with the 3 main engines, will unleash more than 6.5 million pounds of thrust needed to launch the world's first reusable spacecraft. Never before has a winged vehicle been launched like a rocket, orbited the Earth, returned through frictional heating in excess of 2,500 degrees, and landed, still aerodynamically sound, to be launched again and again. If it succeeds, the space shuttle will truly be a remarkable flying machine. There are many other goals to be reached during the 54.5-hour mission that lies ahead. 144 test objectives are planned for the flight. These objectives could not be achieved without an astronaut crew. The commander, John Young. The pilot, Robert Crippen. Young has already been in space 4 times for a total of 533 hours. He is the most experienced astronaut flying today. Although Crippen has over 4,000 hours of jet aircraft flying time, this will be his first time in space. The astronauts make their way across the access arm toward the shuttle in the pre-dawn hours before launch. An American spaceship has never carried a human crew on its maiden voyage. At the Launch Control Center, 3 miles from the pad, final steps are being completed in the countdown. Final preparations are also being made in the Mission Control Center in Houston, where control of the flight will switch once the shuttle clears the tower. There has not been a manned launch from Kennedy Space Center since the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 1975. With this launch, Young and Crippen, launch controllers at the Cape, and flight controllers in Houston will experience the most dynamic, fast-paced series of launch events ever undertaken in the space program, all in less than 9 minutes. The most challenging ascent profile ever to be flown by a space vehicle. Photographers, film and television crews, plus newspaper and magazine writers from around the world, nearly 2,700 of them are here to cover the launch. In addition, approximately 600,000 spectators line the coastal area near the Kennedy Space Center. Arriving by every mode of transportation, they have come from every state in the Union and many foreign countries. The promise of a rebirth in America's manned space program and the dawn of a new era in space transportation awaits.
14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start.
Roger, roll.
The roll will put the shuttle on its precise heading toward an imaginary target in space.
Roll program complete.
Roger, roll complete.
Get a status. Vital. Go. Booster. Go. GNC. Go. Eagle. Go. Go at 40, Capcom. Columbia, Houston, you're go at 40.
The shuttle is now 40 seconds into flight.
Roger, Columbia, on the nice ride. You're lofting a little bit. You'll probably be slightly high at staging.
Negative seats. Columbia, you're negative seats.
Should anything go wrong, the shuttle is now too high for the astronauts to use their ejection seats.
Roger, you're go for SRB step.
We see SRB step, flight. Roger, on a step. 103, converge flight.
Vet, Capcom, let's tell them all the calls are going to be a tad early because of the hot first stage.
Columbia, you're looking a little hot. All your calls will be a little early.
Okay. Okay, map looks good here.
Stand by, press to Miko.
Columbia, stand by. Press to Miko.
Mark it.
Mark, press for Miko.
Roger, press for Miko.
The shuttle can now continue toward Miko. Main engine cutoff.
They like the VAP, Eagle. Ecom.
Let's go, flight.
Capcom, VAPs go. Stand by, negative return.
Columbia, stand by for negative return.
Mark it.
Mark, negative return. And your VAP is good.
Outstanding. Sure is, we can confirm it. Oh, what a view.
And single engine rotor flight.
And Columbia, your single engine rota.
Columbia can land safely at the Naval Air Station in Rota, Spain, even if 2 of the 3 main engines should fail. Right now, the engines are generating over 42 million horsepower.
Miko 25, 6,
Miko.
0, up at 220.
Roger, Miko.
And we got Miko confirmed.
Miko,
Roger,
confirmed,
Columbia,
and it's
Miko.
right on the money, nominal.
Main engine cutoff. Columbia is now in space, traveling over 18,000 miles per hour.
Okay, we got set.
Roger, and we confirm the step, Columbia.
The external tank has just been jettisoned and is now falling away from the shuttle back toward Earth. The tank will break up as planned over the Indian Ocean when it comes into contact with the atmosphere. Shortly, by firing the OMS, Orbital Maneuvering System engines, Columbia will achieve orbit. Then one of the most important tests of the mission will be attempted, opening the payload bay doors. The doors must be opened before the end of the 6th orbit to expose the space radiator cooling system. If the radiators cannot be exposed, heat collected from the onboard electronics cannot be released, and the astronauts will have to return home. The OMS burns are successful. Columbia is now in orbit, circling the Earth at an altitude of approximately 150 miles. The payload bay doors will now be opened.
Okay, the port door's coming open now.
Roger, copy.
Well, you are missing one fantastic sight. Boy, that is really beautiful out there.
We appreciate those updates.
Both doors have been opened. The radiators can be deployed to begin dissipating the heat.
The doors are all opened up and hunky-dory. Glad to deploy it right on time.
And the radiators look good.
Okay, we want to show you our own pods here. We do have a few tile missing off of both of them. Off of the starboard pod, 3 tile and some smaller pieces, and off the port pod, looks like I see one full square and looks like a few little triangular shapes that are missing, and we're trying to put that on TV right now.
Roger, Crip, we can see that good.
From what we can see of both wings, tops and leading edges, though, there's all those are fully intact.
Within minutes, an assessment is completed on the impact these missing tiles could have on the remainder of the mission. At a news conference later in the day, Flight Director Neil Hutchison answers questions from reporters.
But you asked me if I knew where there were any other tiles that might be loose. The answer is no. And quite frankly, we're not worried about any other tiles being loose.
At this writing, is there anything at all that would lead you to say you might not go for a full duration mission?
Nothing.
Columbia, Houston, you guys did so good, we're going to let you stay up there for a couple of days. Your go for on orbit.
spacecraft must go for on orbit. This thing is just performing just outstanding.
Roger, we agree with that. And Columbia, Houston, just for your information, you dropped those SRBs right on target, and they were floating just the way they ought to be, and the boats were getting ready to fish them and bring them back.
Okay. The ride that they gave us was pretty neat.
The solid rocket boosters, which separated from the Columbia as planned 2 minutes 11 seconds into the flight, landed on target in the Atlantic Ocean, 151 miles downrange from the launch site. After being towed back to Kennedy Space Center, both boosters will be refurbished and used again in a future shuttle flight. The third and fourth OMS burns are also successful, raising Columbia's orbit to an altitude of approximately 172 miles. For the first television transmission from inside the spacecraft, the crew will give a status report on the mission.
The flight so far has gone as smooth as it could possibly go. We've done every test that we're supposed to do, and we're up on the timeline, and the vehicle has just been performing beautifully, much better than anyone ever expected to do on a first flight, and no systems are out of shape. And it's delightful up here in zero gravity, I might add. Of course, we owe this to a lot of people, so we certainly want to thank everyone who has helped get this thing airborne, and can take great pride in it's doing so well right now. Okay, we're switching over to the aft camera here. Yeah, I'd like to echo John's words as I usually do. I guess being the so-called rookie on this flight, I had a thrill from the moment of liftoff all the way up to what we're doing now. It's really been super. The spacecraft has worked as advertised all the way along. I think we've got something that's really going to mean something to the country and the world. This vehicle is performing like a champ, like all of us that have worked so long on it knew that you would.
Okay, sure, we appreciate those comments.
I guess that does it.
That was a good time, and I think you must have practiced. We're just about to lose your ghost song.
Just accident.
Just accident, says Robert Crippen. None of the other events of the day have been accidental. Every test, liftoff, SRB separation and recovery, ET separation and impact, 4 OMS burns, payload bay door latch opening and closing tests, radiator latch deploy and stowing tests have all been successful.
I guess we owe you guys one super attaboy for today. This is fantastic. You worked through a pretty long, hard day, and you're essentially right on schedule, which is going to be close to being a first sort of spaceflight biz, I think, for first day activities. It's sure been fun working with you today, and we look forward to seeing you in the morning. I hope you get a good night's rest.
Okay, you guys did super work today. See you mañana.
Roger, thank you. See you tomorrow, guys.
Well, many hour went into this thing. A job well done by the shuttle space team. We can't say that she's sleek and lean, but I'll tell you right now, she's a mean machine. The Columbia, not the kind you smoke. This here's a bird.
Morning, Columbia. Welcome to day 2.
All right. Appreciate that super wake-up music this morning. Well, we sure enjoyed it. This one a good breakfast.
Today, the astronauts will test onboard systems and also review procedures for tomorrow's landing. A test of the flight control system is conducted by John Young. The flight control system operates Columbia's aerosurfaces, the elevons, body flaps, rudder, and speed brake. These surfaces are useless in the vacuum of space, but will be essential tomorrow when the shuttle lands. This will require precision maneuverability, which the aerosurfaces provide. Payload bay door cycling tests help ensure that latching and closing procedures can also be done before entry tomorrow. As with every mission, many pictures of the Earth are taken by the astronauts. over 500 on this first shuttle flight. Active volcanoes, cloud formations, alluvial fans, giant whirlpools over 15 miles in diameter, sand dunes 1,500 feet high, running unbroken for hundreds of miles. The high Himalayas, where mountain peaks reach 24,000 feet. And one of the most remarkable space photographs ever taken of the Earth, an area in Iran exposed to wind erosion, which has resulted in these breathtaking silt and sandstone formations that look more like a painting than a desert. After lunch on the second day, the astronauts receive a phone call from the Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
How's it going up there? Everything rocking along all right?
Spaceship is just performing beautifully.
Well, it's great, and everybody views it, I'm sure, just as the forerunner of great things to come. I think your trip is just going to ignite the excitement and the forward thinking from this country, so I really just wanted to call up and wish you the very best.
We certainly appreciate it, Mr. Vice President.
The crew also don and check out the ejection suits they will wear during entry. Young, Crippen, and Columbia pass every test. They are ready for the final phase of the mission, entry and landing. April 14th, 1981. NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center on the edge of Rogers Dry Lake Bed in California. A recovery convoy of 24 vehicles and more than 100 personnel are assembling here to power down Columbia after landing. Enormous crowds are also beginning to arrive. A string of traffic 6 miles long waits to enter the base. Thousands more are already here. Close to 500,000 people will eventually be on hand to see the landing. On board, the astronauts suit up for entry. The ascent and orbital phases of the mission have gone extremely well. Now the final phase must be completed. Before that begins,
Columbia, you have a go for payload bay door closing.
the doors, which have been open a total of 47 hours during the flight, must now be closed. Then, using the RCS thrusters, Columbia will maneuver into deorbit burn attitude, head down and backwards, fire the OMS engines one last time, and descend into the Earth's atmosphere.
Nice and easy does it, John. We're all riding with you.
Columbia is out of contact during the OMS burn. Mission Control will not know if this burn was successful until they are in communication with the spacecraft over Australia. It is now over the Indian Ocean on the other side of the world, but from that distance the burn must be precise so that later Columbia will hit the lake bed target in California.
Columbia, this is Houston through Yargady. We're standing by.
Burn was on time at nominal reserve 110.
Columbia is now committed to entry. With an RCS post-burn maneuver and several firings, it is oriented to a heads-up, nose-first attitude headed toward entry interface. This is where the atmosphere begins, at approximately 400,000 feet. From that moment until the shuttle reaches 165,000 feet, it will be in communication blackout, out of touch with Mission Control for almost 20 minutes. The landing site is almost 4,400 miles from entry interface. Chase planes are preparing to take off. One will call out altitudes and check Columbia for any damage just prior to landing. When the shuttle touches down here, it will be traveling at 216 miles per hour. Right now it's going more than 17,000 miles per hour. Before it lands, it must slow down, lose energy. and it must survive the intense heat caused by traveling through the atmosphere at such a high rate of speed. Several S-turns, or roll reversals, are used to slow down and maneuver Columbia through the atmosphere. This one is done at 256,000 feet, when it is traveling at more than 26 times the speed of sound.
Oh, that looks like fun.
This one is done at 208,000 feet.
That looks like fun, man.
During these 2 roll reversals,
that's sweet.
is most severe, with temperatures reaching 2,500
no
degrees some places on the vehicle. The aluminum skin will melt at 320 degrees. The silicate tiles must insulate the vehicle from the tremendous heat.
What's that, Snickers?
Since there is no test facility on Earth to simulate the aerodynamic and structural environment Columbia is in right now, only calculations could be used to predict what would happen during this phase of the flight.
Oh, that cross range, though. Oh, that's freaking sweet.
The predictions and calculations had to be right.
Hello there, Houston, Columbia's here.
Hello, Columbia, Houston's here. How do you read?
Plan clear, and we're doing Mach 10.3 at 180 AS.
And we couldn't agree more, John. Your state vector's good. We've got good data in-house.
Okay.
The entry trajectory, velocity, and position look good.
More or less, Panther.
Columbia is heading for home, now only 470 miles away.
More left RCS, but okay.
Right, we're showing a roll. And John, we're showing you rolling right. Looking good.
Right, Roger, got my roll.
We're showing crossing the coastline flag.
Columbia, we show you crossing the coast now.
The shuttle is first sighted at about 100,000 feet with a long-range camera from Anderson Peak, California.
What a way to come to California.
Hell yeah.
In flight photo, I still look perfect, right on the nominal.
Roger that. Out of 112K, 4.8 Mach.
Push me up that center row.
We see DLAS 21 degrees.
A roll reversal is done over Bakersfield, California.
This is my favorite part.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Chase has a tally.
Roger, checking.
And we're seeing 1.3 Gs coming around the hat.
Roger that.
The astronauts are making the final turn to line up with the runway.
Columbia, you're really looking good. Right on the money. Right on the money. And turning on to final, your winds on the surface are calm.
I kinda win.
I kinda wins.
You're right on the glide slope, Columbia.
Clear, John.
Looks real good underneath. Everything looks real good.
Chase reports no tile or other damages evident underneath the shuttle. Columbia's altitude is now just over 5,000 feet.
That's freaking sweet, dude. Oh, the nosedive. Oh.
Without power, Columbia must land. It cannot make another attempt.
This next shot, though.
You're coming.
You're down.
You're down.
Oh. Whatever camera shot this is a good camera. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Hell yeah.
50 feet.
40.
40. 30. 20. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Touchdown. Those gears, good.
Damn right, Clem.
5. 4. 3. Touchdown. Welcome home, skipper.
Houston, Columbia's on the rollout.
Houston, Columbia's on the rollout.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Freaking badass, man.
So I'll have to take it up to hangar, Joe.
Yeah, I gotta dust it off first.
We're going to dust it off first.
This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
What a chonker. Look at that thing. Convoy 1.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy 1. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop.
Look at how big it
Voyage
is.
of Columbia
Look at how big that
has been a
freaking thing is.
success.
That thing's huge.
The astronauts and the vehicle
What a
met
tank!
or exceeded all 144 flight test objectives. The integrity of all
Look
the
at it compared to the
systems,
truck.
propulsion,
Thing's freaking
avionics,
huge.
structural, flight control, power, and thermal.
John Young,
have been
still the
affirmed.
best. Oh man, did you see that? You see me flying that
John
thing?
Young's comments after returning home.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man.
You!
And the American
And you!
working woman, too. You can't imagine the variety of people who worked on this vehicle. From all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they can do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that.
What a
This is
tribute
the
indeed.
best.
The Columbia represents an achievement in aerospace technology.
What's Columbia's rate of
and
descent after it
development
pitches
never
up?
before
The flare
realized
maneuver?
in the history of
Ideally,
manned
try to get it to
spacewalk.
zero right when the wheels touch.
It is our basic
need a lot of
building
timing,
block
Zeke.
for the future.
It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We've got a vehicle with a payload performance that will allow us to do that, much cheaper than we've been able to do it before. It will immeasurably improve the defensive capability of the country. It will help develop space science and technology. When we get operational, the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. We couldn't do it if we didn't have the space shuttle and that payload capability. And the sooner we do those things, the better off the country's going to be.
A revolutionary new era in space transportation has just begun. Routine access to space. Welcome to the future.
Look, man. You know how I know the shuttle's a good design? Because John Young said it was a good design. And if John Young says it's a good design, it's a good design. Nobody, no hot of a take about how the shuttle was bad is ever going to replace that. If John Young, guy who's been to the moon 2 times, says that it's a good design, it's a good design. I'm in, Clive. Let's do it. He also said RTLS was a bad idea. Yeah, of course it is. Okay, alright. Just because I always like doing it. Watch this without... Watch John Young. Watch it without the music or anything. This is my favorite, and I will never not watch this part again. Alright, yeah, you're out. Are you okay? Oh, yeah, man. Here. Hey, dude. Oh, drop that. Man, did you see that thing? You see me flying around on that thing? That thing's a monster. Look at this thing. You see that? You did a good job. Hey, I want to shake your hand, man. I want to shake your hand, too. You guys did great. Look, I mean, I tell you, look at this dang thing. Oh, man. This thing's great. John, you see that? See that? Yeah, man, look at this, man. I tell you, John, come back. You need to go into the astronaut. Nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna walk around. Oh man, yeah! Look at that. And then he looks over. He's like, "Oh, those are the hydrazine guys. Yep, nope, can't go over there. You guys did good. Bye. Yeah." Just going around looking for people's hands to shake. That's my favorite, dude. That's how you know he was fired up. And Crip, when he comes down, look, hey, that was the ride. Ah, god dang, boy, I tell you, that was a good one. Pen flip. There it is. He's like, man, did you see that? That's the best, man. That makes me so happy. Okay, all right. A little bit of backstory. The reason why that makes me happy is because John Young never showed emotion. Ever. He was like Kimi Räikkönen. He's the Kimi Räikkönen of space. Like, guy went to the moon, he's just like, yeah, that was pretty cool. It's pretty sweet. How do you feel about walking on the moon? Well, I didn't weigh as much. It's pretty good. So, like, you never, dude, it's like that one time you see Kimi smile. Like, Formula One fans will know what I'm talking about. It's like that one time you see Kimi smile, you're like, oh, he did it! He smiled! What? How? Wait, what? You know? So to see him, like, go, oh, man, just fist bumping, like, throwing punches around and, like, shaking people. You, get over here. I gotta shake your hand, sir. Yeah. That's awesome. It's so funny, dude. Oh, man. Well, the rocket was very good flying. I got whenever I wanted to do it, because it's a hobby to me. Yeah. I didn't know he was capable of emotion. Glad, that's why I like that. That's why that clip makes me so happy, because he's like going around throwing punches, doing fist bumps, like pointing at people. You, get over here. Why? I need to shake your hand, sir. Like, it's the freaking most Texan thing I've ever seen, dude. Oh, man. You didn't show emotion during the roast beef sandwich. Yeah, the corned beef sandwich. Yeah, no. John, put the sandwich down. Well, ain't nothing you can do about that down there, can you? John, put the sandwich down. John, this is mission control. Do not eat the sandwich. I'm sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm just going to sit here and eat my sandwich. There ain't nothing you can do. That's a true story, by the way. I'm going to eat it. Do not eat. Do not eat. I'm going to eat. All right. Anyway. Okay. When did that happen? Gemini 2? First Gemini mission. John Young flew on the first Gemini mission. Gemini 2 and Gemini 12. He flew on the first Gemini mission with Gus Grissom. And he flew on the second Gemini mission with Michael Collins. And on the first Gemini mission, they said you could bring some personal effects. So like, NASA meant like bring a picture of your family or something, or bring, a token or a memento. Guy brought a sandwich, brought a corned beef sandwich. Straight up. Nah, Mike, that's cool though. Yeah, brought a sandwich. What are you gonna bring up? I'm gonna bring up a picture of my family, because that's it. What are you gonna bring up, John? I'm gonna bring up sandwich. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up sandwich. It's funny because NASA was like, "Don't eat the sandwich, John. Do not eat. Don't take that sandwich out." He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna take the sandwich out. There ain't nothing you can do about it." John, do not eat the sandwich. John, don't eat that sandwich. I'm not eating the sandwich. I already ate it. Did you see the new Elon vid by Everyday Astronaut yet? No. Yeah, why? Crumbs? Yeah, exactly. Crumbs can short electrical systems out. That's why they were freaking out. He's like, I'm just going to eat the sandwich. You're going to be fine. I didn't know Twitch allowed hot gimbal action on the screen like this. Yeah, look at it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Who was the astronaut that peed themselves while waiting to get launched? I think that was Alan Shepard. So John Young. Okay, you guys want to? For the people that don't know, you want to know? You want to know about John Young? John Young is literally the Jebediah Kerman of real life. Okay, so what does Jeb do and everybody save aside from die, like in mine? He's the first guy to go to the moon. He's the first guy to go into space. He's the first guy to go to doing it, right? First guy to do this. First guy to do that. John Young wasn't the first American in space, and he wasn't the first American in orbit. He came into NASA's second astronaut class, right? And he flew on the first Gemini mission with Gus Grissom, Gemini 2, because Gemini 1 was uncrewed. There was nobody aboard. Then he flew Gemini 12 with Michael Collins, which was the last Gemini mission, I believe. Flew 2 Gemini missions. So, before the Apollo program even started, he was one of the most experienced astronauts. It's like, he may have even been the first guy to launch into space twice. That is entirely possible. Was it Gemini 3 then, Tech? Maybe it was... I thought it was 2 and 12, but I could be wrong. It was 3? Yeah. So 3 and 12, right? So... Grissom did that twice pretty early. Yeah, maybe. So, he was already one of the most experienced astronauts that we have, like, around. Like, one of the only guys to fly into space 2 times by the late 60s, right? And then he just flew on Apollo 10 with Gene Cernan, right? He flew on Apollo 10. Apollo 10 did what Apollo 8 was supposed to do. Apollo 8 in 1968 was supposed to be an all-up test. You know, undock the LEM, move the LEM around, fly the LEM around, and literally do everything but land, right? But Grumman was late with the lander design, so Apollo 8 flew with no lander. Apollo 9 flew with a lander, but they had to test the lander on orbit. So they tested it on orbit. Apollo 10 was the first mission to fly a LEM out to the moon. John Young did it. He was the first guy to fly the LEM in space around the moon. So Apollo 10 also had the highest parasynthion on the moon. So, or the highest apocynthion on the moon. What does that mean? Fastest humans have ever gone. Yeah, the fastest that humans have ever gone is returned from Apollo 10 because they were they had a higher orbit around the moon. So it's the fastest they've ever gone. Nobody's gone faster than John Young. He's literally was the fastest human alive by a long shot, by a good 5,000 miles an hour, easy. So he flew on Apollo 10, went out to the moon. He was one of the first. Let's see, who flew to the moon before him? Lovell. So on Apollo 8, Borman and Bill Anders, right? So he was the 4th person out of low Earth orbit, with Gene Cernan and Stafford, I think, if I'm remembering right. 25,000 miles an hour, Dragons. Fastest people have ever gone. No one's ever gone that fast. No one's gone that fast since. No one will go that fast until the Artemis missions. So then Apollo 11 flew, Apollo 12, Apollo 13, Apollo 14, 15, and then 16. 16, he flew with Charlie Duke to the moon, and they had an extended duration stay on the moon. So he's one of the first people, he's one of the only people, actually, other than Jim Lovell and Gene Cernan, that's been to the moon twice. One time landing and one time flying by. And then you'd think that was enough for the guy. Nope, wasn't enough. Flew the first space shuttle. That's STS-1, 1981. Flew the first space shuttle mission, whatever. And then he was the first guy he's the first guy to pilot and command a shuttle mission. And then he was the first guy to pilot and command a shuttle mission twice. He was the commander on STS-9. And then, you know what's crazy? He was going to go for a 7th space flight. He was going to fly the shuttle again to deploy the Hubble Space Telescope. But Challenger happens, and Hubble got delayed, and he just said, nah, all right, I'm bored. Bye. Crazy, right? Literally, so 2 Gemini missions, 2 Apollo missions, been to the moon twice, landed on it once, first guy to fly the shuttle, first guy to fly the shuttle twice. He's a legend. He was my favorite astronaut by a long shot. Love going fast, man. He's from Texas. Of course he loves going fast. Like going fast, boy. That makes sense in my mind. Oh, nice, Tessa. There you go. Just like going fast. Boy from Texas like going fast. That makes perfect sense to me. I don't know why that makes sense in my head so much, but it does. My grandpa met him on that STS-1 mission because he worked at Rockwell on the flight computer. Ah, that's cool, Iron. Thank you for that history. Yeah, pretty sweet, huh? Gotta go fast. It just makes sense. Guy from Texas? Yeah, I want to go fast. I want to go fast. Yeah. Not Ricky Bobby fast. Faster than that. Edgar Mitchell. All right, there you go. There you go. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, yeah, I guess username, yeah. Scott tweet. Nice, Azal. That's actually really cool. Too many links. How fast you want to go? Yes. Your booster's a bit wobbly after landing. Yep. Let's see. This corned beef sandwich preserved in resin memorializes the infamous sandwich incident during the Gemini 3 flight. John Young, co-pilot, snuck a corned beef sandwich from a favorite deli into space by concealing it in his spacesuit. He pulled it out mid-flight and offered Gus Grissom a bite. That's awesome. It is unknown if the sandwich was in his pocket at the time of this picture being taken. It's funny. As funny as that is, did it cause a big issue? Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Gemini was a good capsule. Very good capsule. For the time. Apollo basically eats its lunch. Get it? Alright. It's unclear whether the contraband was on board at the time. Look, guys, 1960s Crocs. Ridiculous. That guy was my hero, man. It really hurt when he passed. Well, and you know what he would say? Oh, well, on to the next mission. Do modern spacecraft have to worry about crumbs? They have to change the filters, username, but yeah, they generally try to bring food up there that minimalizes foreign object debris. Yeah, you don't want to clog up the life support systems. It's kind of important. Crocs and socks! Yeah, so, like, they don't have bread up there. They have tortillas, because tortillas don't make many crumbs. They don't make as much crumbs as bread does, for instance. Can you imagine having a piece of toast up there? That would be terrible. It would be terrible. And it's not so much that it would cause a short. Obviously, you don't want that, right? It'll clog up your life support systems. Remember, the HVAC, the air conditioner, that's not just to keep you cool. That's to keep you alive. Didn't Dragon's crapper get clogged? The seals failed, Sanchai, and it leaked pee everywhere. Don't worry, it stayed behind the panels on the interior so it didn't leak into the cabin too much. Yeah, that happened on, well, Inspiration 4 was on orbit. They figured that one out. And then Inspiration 4's toilet clogged. Not making that up. Ham and Swiss burrito, that'd work. Nah, bread and curry would be fine in space at least. How are you gonna eat soup in space, Tessa? Inspiration 4. Granola bars are like a green racetrack. NBC taught me that today. Tape. Look, I've been in the broadcasting industry for a long time. You know what? You know if it's one thing that I've learned? One thing that I've learned. You don't need to fill every second with commentary. You don't need to. There are times where people will just watch the sport that you are watching, and you don't need to fill every second with your voice. Take it from somebody that literally talks for a living. There are times where you can have a little bit of dead air, as long as the sport is being played or something. See what I mean? IndyCar. What is this?
Take a granola bar. This is what the track looked like Friday morning, James.
Where is this going? Where is this going?
The track looks delicious. And then the Firestone rubber gets laid down with the slicks. And then the track looks like this. It's all rubbered in, which is great if you've got a slick tire on this surface. Lots of grip. But then you add some water. Grab your bottle. Let's throw a little water on it. This is unrehearsed, by the way. Get it in there. Now this is just slippery. I mean, did feel that.
You know what? You know what? I like this. I like this. I like it because the other two guys are like, this guy's going way off the script. But that was good. I actually like that dude. That's awesome. No, the guy gives zero fricks. I'm going to explain this right. He's right, and he used a granola bar. That's awesome. I like how Lee Diffie and the other guy are like, what are you doing? No, that's cool. I actually like that. You know, sometimes it's insufferable, but that's all right. That's cool. How's the stream? It's good, Ren. Hey, fun racing yesterday, dude. I got in your way a couple of times. Sorry about that. I tried to get the hell out of the way. But yeah, no, Joey, I actually like that. But I do find commentators trying to fill the dead air. Like, okay, we'll take, okay, so this is off of Marcus House, but Marcus House posted this. But take this shot, for instance. Sometimes, before the retro burn happens, I just shut up. I just shut up and either let the SpaceX commentator talk or just watch this, because do I need to say, like, supersonic retro propulsion? Yeah, Ren. Yeah, going through the S's, dude. Herta's going to find his way into F1 with Andretti. Calling it now. See? Like, I mean, we were talking about IndyCar, but, dude, even when we watched this live a couple hours ago, I was just like, dude, look at that. That's really freaking cool. Look at how crisp it is. That's all you got to say. You don't need to say, like, oh, and the Falcon 9 is, you know, now it's really steering really, really hard. Oh, there's some fire down at the bottom, and the grid fins are really steering, and the landing legs are out. Like, you don't need to see the difference in commentary. I don't like doing stuff like that. You know, that's mainstream. That's like somebody's yelling in your ear to be like, no dead air, stop that. Like, I hate it. I can do it. I don't like doing it. You know, like, oh, the grid fins are really steering. No. Here's how EJ commentates this. All right. You see the nitrogen? I talk about the nitrogen thrusters. I talk about what they do and why they need to work. And the nitrogen thrusters lead right into the supersonic retropropulsion. You know I'm good at explaining that, right? And then that leads into the aerodynamics because you're starting to get into the atmosphere. You can literally see light refracting through the gas on the atmosphere over there. That's why it's hazy, because, you know, surface is over here, right? Gas right there. It's starting to hit this chunky stuff right here. And you're going to see aerodynamic perturbations. The grid fins start spinning around. They'll start wiggling. And then you get the landing burn, right? And then you get the legs deploying here. Little bit of fire down on the ground because they film cool the drone ship. Like, see what I mean? Like, it's totally different. When I'm explaining stuff, I try to tell a story. That's like, I don't just commentate on what I see. And I hate doing that. I really don't like it. Look at that rocket go! Like, yeah, I hate it when people try to fill dead air, and I notice it. Working in my job, I know when people are just talking. They're not saying anything. They're saying a lot of stuff. They're saying a lot of words, but it's not contributing. You could literally say nothing and you'd have the same effect. You'll notice this. And now that I've said something, you'll notice. Anybody that ever watched sports or ever watches sports or racing or Indy, if you're watching the race and you have the passing thought, what the hell is this guy saying? That's what I'm talking about. That exact thing. What do you mean? What? What? That's bad commentary. If it takes you out of the moment, the commentary should be complementary to the race, not distracting. Understand? Like, and now that I've mentioned it, you're not going to be able to unsee it, so that's my fault. But also, you already did. You didn't know. You didn't know yet. It's nonstop with Formula One. Yeah. Crofty will go about talking about his morning tea. Oh, I remember this morning when I was getting morning tea and reading about how much I love Lewis Hamilton. I tell you, it's like, dude, what are you talking about? And Brundle freaking has to be like, reel it back in. You could tell that Martin Brundle at times is just sitting there with a microphone going, yeah, but actually this guy needs new tires. Alright. And now I'm just gonna raise my voice every time something crazy happens on the track. Oh, Carlos Sainz just ate a sandwich. It's like, bro. it's like, all right, dude. Okay. I don't know, man. Nice, bringing it back to the sandwich. Bingo. Yeah, Bio. Dude, it's so distracting. Hi, by the way. That's good commentary, tying it all together. Your boy has a decade of experience doing this, man. I'm pretty freaking good at it. Don't eat that sandwich, Carlos. Yeah, right. What did you think of the Miami GP? I do like the track. Miami's a good track. Would that be... Okay, Orbital Combat was... Ran, why did you do that? Alright, cool. Yeah. Ran gifted me Orbital Combat, so thank you. Miami was good. The track was too hot, guys. They got to do that race in like February or March or something. It was too hot. It was too hot, so the tires were overheating, and you didn't... All the good parts of that racetrack you couldn't pass on because the tires were overheating. And everybody was worried about tire deg because the track was way too hot. For the time you went on a rant about running into Mike Massey at the gym in the hotel. Like, dude, what are you talking about? No one cares. Just talk about the cars, man. And you know what? If nothing's going on, you don't need to fill dead air. Just people will just want to watch the race. Just put the timing up and have a cup of tea, man. Oh, another John Yun first person to have a hot mic in space. Nice. Yep. But Sky Q Go Q Plus customers can watch the race from the... I think Artemis 2 will have a higher speed than Apollo 10. It'll be further out than any of the Apollo missions. I think so, Novus. Yeah. Because rectilinear apocynthion is way higher than any of the Apollo missions. The near rectilinear halo orbit has a very high apocynthion because of high eccentricity. It's not circular. They don't circularize around the moon. They capture. Very different. The pit lane channel, yep. If you press the red button on your TV remote, you will print another poster out of a printer that I have in my house of Lewis Hamilton from his Instagram. Please press those red buttons. I'm back and I made a corned beef sandwich. Based in John Young Pilled. Very nice. Yeah, Bio, I know. Now you won't be able to unsee it. Count the times. Or take a drink every time Martin Brundle has to steer Crofty away from one of his dumb stories. Oh, yeah, I think the tires were happening on this car. Like, dude, I remember, I think during Miami, he was talking about something stupid while they were taking pit stops. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? Your liver would die. Sorry, yeah. Anyway. But they're both from Stevenage? Stevenage. Am I saying that right, Hand? That's not a real place. What? There's a place called Stevenage? Are we just taking names and putting Edge after it? Oh yeah, that's Mikey Edge over there. EJ Edge. Yeah. Yep, EJ Edge. Your hometown, Wolfie? Oh, right on. What the hell? Correct, it's just north of London. That's so freaking weird. That's funny in many ways. No, Mikey, no, that is so not right. Lewis Hamilton's from there. Right on. That's cool. Cool. Yeah, right. All right, you know what? That makes me feel a little bit better that it's not just me. But dude, I've been in front of the camera and I've been behind the camera watching it, dude. And that's two different things, but I can't unsee it. Anytime somebody's filling something with dead air. Now keep in mind, to be fair, it's a little different. Thanks, Wizroll. It's a little different from the streamer, Guntherage. Yeah, that's a great name. It's a little different streaming because I have a live feed. I can keep it going, right? I can keep talking because I have people to talk with. Dude, I think everybody should have a chat. Like every radio announcer or a commentator should have the chat, like, so you can talk with it. You know, because they're like, oh, now we're going to Twitter. We're gonna ask your questions. Blah blah blah. Like, stop hating Toto. You know what, Sparks? I don't hate Toto. I actually don't mind Toto Wolff. To be honest with you, I like the guy's drive. Yeah, we're not here just to race. We're here to crush the competition. I'm like, yeah, I like you. They're doing a flyby on Artemis 2. Closest height is 4,000 nautical miles. Nice. What if my name is Anchorage? Oh. Oh. Ando, what am I looking at on flight radar? What is this? Not crushing anyone, though. Lewis, I'm sorry. Your car is just not up to your standards. Too bad your teammate finished 5th, but you finished 12th. But yeah, you're right. The car isn't on pace. I'm sorry. The car isn't up to your standards. He said that. He said that on the main loop. Just a Polish pilot being funny. Oh. No. I mean, he's not wrong. Guntherage is full of my boat. Guntherage. Stevenage. Guntherage. Kimmyage. I don't mind Toto. I like the guy's drive. He's probably going through his. If I know the kind of guy that Toto Wolff is, I've never met the man. I probably never will. He's probably going through his own personal hell right now with the car being off pace. Trust me. It's nothing worse than a slump season if you're competing for something. It sucks. It's the worst feeling ever. 7,400 kilometers. Yeah. Looks like the Tiffy might be getting the boot too. Nick DeVry might be getting the ride. Better driver and mo money. How did house stuff go today? All right. We need more commentators like Photosinbead. Yeah, who worked the Bunta Classic. And a big turnout from our corners of the Outer Rim territory. I see the contestants are making their way out onto the starting grid. Hey, I see Ben Quadraneros there. Two-time winner, Bulls Roar. Granny champion Pixolito. Seboba. And the late entry, young Anakin Skywalker, the local boy. Pod racing is my favorite part of Star Wars, man. That little human being is out of his mind. Punta to punta, they're side by side. Oh, I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt. Yeah, pod racing is like one of the best parts, dude. It was the only bit of the trilogy worth watching. Facts. That and they dubbed the Ferrari noise. It's a Ferrari V12 that Anakin's pod racer makes. Update on Starship production. Okay. Oh, cool. Did you ever play the pod racing game? Oh yeah, the arcade game and the N64 game. I beat both of them. They're really good, dude. It's like playing a Formula 1 game. It's fantastic. You had to buy like parts for your pod racer and stuff. It was sick.
Discovery.
We never finished the AT-AT. Yeah, I'm worried about copyright stuff, Chief. That's kind of why I didn't. Hey, Jack, what's going on? What's going on? 6.5 years of funny noises. That's what I do. F40 is the greatest car of all time. Changed my mind. I'm the one that told you that, Ponsister. It was Inception. But you think you thought of that. I'm the one that incepted that idea in your head 5 years ago, at the very least. We never finished that AT-AT in KSP. Oh, yeah, we did. You were just not here. The duel on Mustafar would like to have a conversation with you. It's over, Penta. Don't try it. I have the pod racing. F40, the only Ferrari that actually made money. What? I never finished it, Chief. I just answered your question 2 times in a row because you asked me 2 times. Call the Bondulins. I'm having a stronk. Now, this is pod racing. Alright. So, before we get into space stuff here, I know we're still technically in space news. I should probably switch this over to just chatting, but it's okay. Okay. Switch gears a second. So, house stuff. We did find some things in the home inspection. It's not a bad thing. It's not bad. Sorry, it's 2 a.m. here. Volume is super low. What? What? I can't hear you. Speak up, please. Alright. So, guys, there is some things here and there that I didn't notice when we toured. Probably because I was just sensory overload. This stuff does happen. The building inspector did catch a bunch of things. Deaf? What? I can't hear you. So, there's a couple things. The plumbing that goes into the garage is... It's not to code. Yeah, it's not. That's not to code. It's something that, you know. And the I thought I saw a heater in the garage. The garage isn't heated, but it is insulated, so that's not a big deal. But the water not being, you know, the water going there is something you got to fix. Yeah, not to code, to say the least. The building inspector was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "That's the water line that goes into the garage." He goes, "That's not a water line. That's a garden hose. It's buried in the ground." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, it's probably not right." He goes, "That's a garden hose. This is a garden hose, man." I'm like, "Oh. Yeah, it is." And as he said, the guy was a plumber, right? Yeah, right. So it's very clear, Thomas, that this house, there's not a lot of stuff that was done. It was done on a budget because, you know, the guy works. Like, you know, the guy's a plumber. Like, it's not, whatever. What do you want? That was, believe it or not, that was the only plumbing thing. The other things that we found was the air conditioner. It has central air. And the central air is ducted into the vents in the house. Everything is good there. The condenser is not hooked up. It's not wired. Very strange. There's just a wire hanging down, coming out of the house next to the condenser. Once again, that's not a bad thing. It's not indicating shoddy work or anything. What it is indicating is that, you know, they were in the middle of upgrading a bunch of things on the house, and then the guy had to move out of state. That's what that says. It's not like it's not bad. It's just not finished. Like, you could tell it was done right, but it's not hooked up, because these are probably projects that the guy was working on the side and stuff. And, you know, he's probably making sure that you do it by code and everything, blah 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 blah, and then you get somebody with a license to look at it, etc., etc. So the air conditioning isn't hooked up. That's an easy fix. That's no problem. The windows on the house are from their original windows from the 70s, so they are not good. they work just fine, but you know, heat goes right through them. The difference between like a modern window and like an older window is that modern windows have a better, what's the word? They don't let heat out as well. They're as much. They're better. They have better insulators. Yeah, usually it's a 2x pane with a vacuum seal to prevent heat from going out. It's attached, Electron. Yeah, the hose. The plumbing for the garage is a garden hose spigot that's on the back of the house, and it goes into the ground, and then it comes up in the garage. Yeah, no, that needs to be fixed. That's not Dakota. I mean, I can't put a toilet or a sink in the dang garage, but if I wanted to, we could figure that out. It's not that it needs to be taken out. It's already done. It's just not to code. Any building inspector would have caught that. Like, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's not going to cause any problems. You know, it might cause something down the road, but that's not anything to be like, no, this needs to be fixed right now. So it also helps with sound. Yep. Mm-hmm. Tessa, there's no bathroom in the garage. The garage has, like I said, the plumbing in the garage is basically a garden hose. It's a garden hose that goes like off the back of the house and then up and then in over the foundation and then into the garage. It's a garden hose. It's not, and once again, guys, that's not like, oh my God, you didn't do this right, you're a piece of trash. No, it's just the guy wanted water in the garage, and it's not like he's like put a toilet in there. If there was a garden hose hooked up to like a sink in a toilet, that would be a problem. Where's the drain? Where's the drain going? Right? So it's not that big of a deal. Like, so the windows should probably be replaced. I saw some things with electrical, like the building inspector saw some things with electrical, like the AC not being hooked up, and just a couple of things here and there. The meter is in a weird spot. It's in a very weird spot because they like added the garage and stuff. The meter is in a spot that's like, so there's a wall right here, and then there's the doorway. Like there's like a side door between the garage and the house. There's like a little area between it. That area was added, and then the garage was added, right? So there's like a door into the garage, and then there's like a mud room. Because the mudroom was added on the landing, there's the meter for the house. So like it's on a staircase, and that needs to be changed. You can't have the meter has to be a good distance off the ground in Massachusetts code. And this, like I said, I learned all this information today, because like if it's on the staircase and you're shoveling snow and you hit the meter and you break it, well, no more electricity for the whole house and the garage, right? Because it's all going through one meter. Yeah, Mike, yep. Careful not to dox yourself with this info. Don't worry about it, Pop. It's not a problem. So there's small things that need to be fixed. There's a couple of things here and there on the inside. The building inspector said that the appliances are kind of outdated, but they're fine. It's all up to code. How's the fix-it list looking cost-wise? Well, here's the thing, Hellfish. Okay, so here's the big one, fellas. Here's the big one. So all that stuff that's just easy stuff to fix. That's stuff that I can fix with the right help. You don't screw with electricity unless you're licensed to do it. Do not screw with plumbing unless you're licensed to do it. I'm going to say that first and foremost. Don't do that. Just in case anybody's like, oh, it's just small things that are easy. Like, I can fix this stuff, but I would have a licensed electrician there, because that's really stupid screwing around with 200 amp, because it's 200 amp into the house, which is good. That's good news. So, yeah, Bird. Yeah, you already know where I live. Well, Bon, that, like I said, bunch of small things. It's small things except for this one. This is the big one, okay? And even this one isn't that bad. So the roof is old. The building inspector I say we, the building inspector that I hired pulled the permits. And don't get me wrong, I know the building inspector. So, like, not like know him like conflict of interest know him, but I know him. He's a family friend. So, the roof is 20 years old. It's fine. It's fine right now, but it does need to be replaced. The thing about that is, it needs to be replaced, and when we go to replace it, whoever re-roofed the house literally just put a new roof on top of the pre-existing roof. Which is... I don't... Yeah, that's the big one. Not gonna lie, that's pretty common around here. Yeah, I talked to the building inspector. I'm like, a roof on top of the roof? What's up, dog? You like roofs? Why would you do that? And the building inspector told me, he's like, that's not against code. You can do that now if you really want to. It's just down the road, it's going to be a problem, which is probably why the roof was never done. Is it possible to discuss the final price? Well, Squall, I'm getting to that. So, if we do redo now, don't get me wrong, the roof isn't leaking. It's not leaking. It's working just fine. The roof works just fine. It's not leaking water anywhere. It diverts the water correctly because it has gutters installed. It's fine. But it's 20 years old, so it won't be fine in another. It's not lasting another 10 years. Roofs don't last that long. That's just how they do it around here. Like, that's just the way it is. So, it's shingles, Tessa. It's shingles. You can double up shingles up to 3 times. So, if we go to redo the roof, we can't put a third roof on. The building inspector told me that you shouldn't do that. I'm like, could we just put shingles over these? No, you can't do that. You can't put shingles over this one. So, you're going to need to redo the roof soon. It's going to be something that's eventually going to fail. It's fine right now. The building inspector told me it's fine. It's fine right now. It's really okay. It's not a problem. It's not leaking anywhere. I don't see any water damage. The building inspector crawled up in the crawl space. There's a way to get in there. In the hallway, there's a way to get in, right? So he went up in the crawl space. He looked, and he's like, oh, you have 2 roofs. I'm like, what? He's like, you have 2 roofs. I'm like, oh, all right. Is metal roofs up there a thing? Yeah. So, he said it's something down the road. Now, here's the thing, fellas. This is what the building inspector told me about home inspections. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, Brimo and I are sitting there and we're going, oh, the roof's junk, the windows need to be replaced, there's some weird stuff that's against code with the plumbing, and the electrical, it's like, oh no. And you know what, guys? Here's the thing. If a building inspector came to your house, if you own a house, if he came to your house right now, he'd probably find just as many things wrong. So the building inspector told me this. He goes, dude, 2 things. Look, every house is going to have something wrong with it. There are new houses that have stuff wrong with them because people don't do things right because they half-ass stuff, which is fine. I get it. So me finding stuff wrong is not necessarily a bad thing. And I'm like, what do you mean it's not a bad thing? I'm going to have to spend way more money and we're already, like, this is already maxed out. And he goes, no, hear me out. And I'm like, he goes, this is the second thing. You can use this for negotiations. You can renegotiate the offer based off of the building inspection. That's what you're supposed to do. So it's better if we find as many things wrong with this house as possible. That's what you should be doing, because you can use that to leverage the cost down. So replacing all that stuff is expensive. So my realtor was there, and my realtor's just writing everything down. He's like, okay, you got to do this. And he's like, yeah, look, see, this is like 30 G's worth of stuff that needs to be fixed. That's 30 G's we could potentially negotiate off the price. So this might not end up costing you as much money as you might think. Worst case scenario, you're in at the price that the price offer that was originally accepted, and we can figure out the rest, like they can fix it or something. So remember when I said everything is negotiable? Everything is negotiable. If you're selling somebody a house and it has a bad roof, you can negotiate for them to fix it. Or you can negotiate the price down. Or you can just say screw it and just take a house with a bad roof. So, don't get me wrong. The building inspection, you're supposed to find stuff wrong. That's the whole point. But there's a lot of small stuff here and there. It's a lot of small stuff, but nothing. Like the roof is not a problem. The windows aren't a problem. It's stuff that we should probably replace sooner rather than later. And I'm like, what's the time frame on that? And the building inspector was like 5 years. I'm like, all right, no problem. Yeah, that's easy. We'll have enough money saved up for then. That's no problem, right? So that reminds me when Jesse was trying to buy his house in Breaking Bay. Yeah, right. We got a list too before I bought this house. Yep, exactly, weather guy. They can fix it. So. Yeah. My place was built in 2006. The way it's wired, a new code means NRC breakers. Yeah, MP, exactly. So, roofs are consumable. You just have to expect to do them every 30 years. Bingo. That's basically what the building inspector said. On the windows on the front, for a quick fix, take some saran wrap. Yeah, I know about doing that, Tessa. Yep. Be careful with that stuff that's not up to code. Your bank won't sign off on the mortgage. And that, well, if we negotiate for them to fix it, money, then the bank can sign off on the mortgage and the sellers get their money. I'll pay the price that on the offer that was accepted if they fixed all that stuff. I'd pay the price. So, like, them fixing the stuff literally gets them more money. This whole system is set up so no one gets screwed. No one gets screwed unless you suck at negotiating, but that's why you hire a realtor. That's what the realtor does. That's why the realtor gets paid. All that stuff is pretty common for used home buying. It's like foundation. Yeah, exactly. It's like foundation damage, water damage. I know to look for that stuff. And the foundation is immaculate, Electron. It's immaculate. The building inspector said it. He's like, yeah, your foundation's good. This house has good bones. This stuff, I can send the stuff off to your realtor and we will look through it and we'll either get you the price down or we'll get this stuff fixed. No problem. It's not like all the stuff has to be fixed immediately either. Exactly. But if there was water, if there was like holes in the roof, that's when I'd be like, I can't pay for this. Bye-bye. But the roof's fine right now. So it's not that big of a deal. It really is not an issue. I can roof. That's no problem. I know how to roof stuff to code. I've done it before. It's annoying and it's backbreaking work quite literally, but I can do it. It's no problem. The building inspector says, like, yeah, you can do that. You just have to make sure you follow the code. You don't need a license to do roofing. Yeah, Don, man, that's crazy. I just got here and had new lights put in with new windows, and my power bill went down like 40%. Yep. Good. My circuit breaker wasn't up to code when I bought my place. Made them drop $2K in the price. There you go, V-Money. So yeah, there's a couple of things wrong here and there. But you know the thing was, it's 90 degrees out today. So 90 degrees is approaching 30°C for the Europeans and everybody else. It's up there. It's high 20s centigrade. We walked into the garage, easily 20°C in there. Easily 70 degrees in there, and that's with no AC, and it's just the insulation. It was cool in there. So yeah. Also, guess what? That's content. Bingo. Is there a rule on posting links to scientific papers in chat, especially in context pertaining to questions about NASA operations? You need link permissions to post anything. Delavi, you just need link perms. Just ask one of my moderators. Exactly. Rule of acquisition number 3. Never spend more for an acquisition than you have to. Bingo. So that's why my realtor was like writing all this stuff down. He's like, oh yeah, no, don't worry. I'll get this price down. And yeah, he's like, we can get this price down. It's cool. Yeah, we can get this price down. No problem. He's like, yeah, no, this is all fodder for us to just get that price down. So, these guys are moving out of state. They're moving a long way across the country. So they might not want to bring all the damn furniture with them. It's expensive to move anything. It's expensive to do anything right now, let alone like moving across the country, right? So they might, hey, You knock 5 G's off the price now, you know, because we have to replace the roof. You know, maybe give us a couch and we'll, you know, maybe we'll forget about it. You know what I mean? Oh, maybe the roof's fine. You know what I mean? You give us that $5,000 couch that you have in the basement. That's just an exaggeration. I was just giving an example. Or like a better example would be like the washer and dryer. You leave the washer and dryer there. Leave the washer and dryer there, or leave all the appliances. There's a refrigerator in the furnished basement. Maybe you leave that fridge there, and maybe I'll forget that the windows are old. Like, my realtor's like, no, there's plenty of fodder here, so yeah, no, it's good, man. That's good news. Literally finding more stuff wrong in the home inspection is better. You have to be very, very, very meticulous with that. You want to find as many things possible wrong. And that's not to say that the house is a piece of junk. That's not to say, you know, that the guy did a bad job working on his house or anything like that. It's just ways that it's just fodder for negotiations. It's like getting victory points in Hearts of Iron. You want to get as many as you can, because when you get to the negotiating table, you can ask for more. Right? It's literally the same thing. Yeah, maybe, Kyron. Yeah. But someone else offered higher, though? How's that going to mix into negotiations? Airbus, that doesn't matter. They accepted our offer. So if they accept one person's offer, the other offer's off the table. Or, you know, if we can't come to negotiations, and this is why I say it's not finite, if maybe they don't like our terms, maybe they say, no, we don't want to do that. Maybe they don't like our terms. Maybe they'll go with the other guy, which is why I'm not, like, that's why I'm, like, crossing my fingers still, but for the most part, when a seller accepts an offer, that means we like where this is going, we're willing to negotiate for things, but we want to go with you. You can be selective about that if you're a seller. That's the other thing. That's what my realtor was telling me. Because I was like, I asked that same question. And Bree asked that same question. It's like, what if we say the roof's junk? And then they're like, no, screw you. We'll sell it to the other guy. Piss off. And he goes, that really doesn't happen. It could. Yeah, it could. But it's very unlikely. They accepted your offer, meaning that they want to do business with you. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, Electron. So here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. This is not an area it's 45 minutes away. It's out in the sticks. I don't know the area too well. I don't know anybody down there, right? And I'm not going to say which town it is. I don't know anybody. I say down there because Worcester is kind of like southwest of me. So in my mind, southwest. South is the first one. I say down there, right? It's really over there if we want to be technical. Like, I'll give that much information. That's no problem. So, over there, like, I don't know too many people. But as we were leaving, the owners it turns out the owners needed to vacate the house while we were doing the building inspection, right? And they were just in the neighbor's house. So they were coming back, right, when they saw us, you know, packing up. And they came over and introduced themselves. They're really nice people. And I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but they came over and introduced themselves, and I talked to them face to face, and yeah, really nice people, really. Like, and, you know, don't get me wrong, that may have been just being nice because you're paying us, you're giving us money, right? It could have been that. Like, I'm not gonna say it wasn't, but they seemed like genuinely nice people. You know, I said what we said in the letter, to be honest with you, and either they're really good at faking it, or it really struck a chord. Like, because I said that, like I said the same thing. I was like, you know, you very clearly liked this house. You loved it. This was supposed to be your, you know, it's very clear that you wanted to live here, and you're moving under pretty crappy circumstances. It's very clear that you love this house, and we do too. You know, and that, you know, they were like, that's cool, right on. That was EJ saying that. It was the same idea. They were like, oh, well, thank you. You know, like, we had plans for this house. We wanted to do this, and this, but we have to go. So, you know, it'd be cool to see it get built out. And I'm like, oh. I go, what are you planning on doing? And they're like, oh, we're planning on going that way with it. And we added the garage and the mudroom. We wanted to go, you know, we wanted to go back with it. And we wanted to go to the side with it because it's a big lot. And I'm like, oh. Still got the plans for that? they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you got the plans? They're like, yeah, the blueprints? Yeah, we had this all like kind of drafted out. I'm like, are those negotiable? No. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's cool that you had all this planned out. But I went over to my realtor and I asked him, like, can we negotiate for those? And he's like, yeah, we could. No, they were pumped that like we do the building inspection. They accepted our offer. You don't need to poker face as much. You don't need to be like, yeah, it's kind of cool. I guess I like it. It's just trying to be nice because, like I said, there's things wrong here and there, blah 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 blah. But it's probably not a good idea to just tell the seller everything that's wrong with their house. That's probably a dick move. But it's also, it's probably in your best interest to be nice. You know what I mean? Like, you probably don't want to be a jerk. Think they'll watch the stream? I don't know. It was like a 5-minute talk, Electron, so I don't know them too well. But they seem like genuinely nice people, and I already knew why they were moving, and I'm not going to tell you guys. It's not fair. Even if you did know these people, like, it's just not fair. The circumstances, which is why they have to move, sucks. It's not cool, but they have to. And they just seem like genuinely nice people. Like, you could tell they were bummed that they had to sell their house. Like, and that's what it sucks. Yeah, Buck, exactly. I think that's right. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. They know what's wrong with the house. They've been working on it. The guy does all the work. He knows what's wrong. He knows what's bad. He knows what isn't. It's pretty obvious, right? But it's like I said, it's very clear that this house was in a constant state of being upgraded and upgraded and upgraded, because the garage, the mudroom, the 200 amp service in a house from 1976. Like, the electrical is mint, dude. The electrics are mint. There's a couple of things with, like, the conduit being in the wrong place, or not the conduit. The meter is in a weird spot, but that's nothing. That's nothing. That's easy. That's easy to fix. Just move the meter. Why don't we just take the meter and move it over there, and then just conduit in where it was? No problem. And those aren't my words. That's the building inspector's words. Like, the electrical is mint. The plumbing is mint. The septic tank was inspected a month ago. It's mint. They replaced the septic system when they moved into the house in 2018, and that's the owner told me that. Like, this place, the cons are, like, down here. There's, like, the thing with the roof, the thing with the windows, a couple electrical, a couple of plumbing things here and there. The pros are, like, up here. Your building inspector is Patrick Starr. He's as freaking fat as Patrick Starr. Let me put it that way. Can't believe he got up into the crawl space, Thomas. It was weird. How's Brimo handling all this info? Kyron, yeah, she's a little like, I guess I kind of realized this after the fact when we were talking to the building inspector. I was like, oh my God, we're finding all this stuff wrong with the house. That's no good. But no, that's actually good. You want to find stuff wrong. If there's nothing wrong, that means your building inspector isn't doing a good job, because no house is like 100% up to code, because codes change all the freaking time. Especially in Massachusetts, where we have to find ways to regulate every single thing. Oh, well, you're breathing. You have to consult with a breathing expert first. It's like, okay. I'm just glad you'll get out of your hot room. Yeah? Yeah, Impy, the cons are literally just normal house maintenance and upgrades that you would do anyway. So, I told my realtor, I'm like, yeah, let's go. And I asked him about it. He's like, they could go with another seller, I guess. But once you choose the seller, that's choosing who to do business with. It's very rare that, I'm not going to offer like $100,000 below what we offered before. Accepting an offer is like finalizing like 90% of stuff, and then the 10% is just this little aggregate stuff. So we're not arguing over $100,000 here. It's like $20,000 or $15,000. or 5 or 10. I mean, we were 15 over asking on this house. I won't say how much, but so how's the backyard? Swimming pool? Yeah, you could, Mike, I suppose. Boston should join the EU. You'd feel at home. Massachusetts has a law for everything. And once again, you get 50 different flavors of this country, dude. Not a lot of people realize that. You get 50 different flavors of this country. The thing is that, because there's more people here, there's more crazy people per capita. So you hear about more crazy people from the States. Florida man, good example. But there are parts that are more similar to different other parts of the world than what you might think. I don't need a swimming pool. Guys, there's a lake that's like a mile from the house, like with a public beach and stuff. I don't need a swimming pool. We're good. So Ando, that's the cool thing about the U.S. It's 50 different flavors. But it's all ice cream, baby. All ice cream, man. It's like Europe, but spread out more. Yeah, Ando, that's what I mean. There's space here. Dude, like I said, we're still finalizing negotiations and stuff, but dude, if I score this thing, it's going to be the first time that I don't have people living within 20 feet of me. It's more like 100 feet, which so 20 feet is like 4 meters, right? And 100 feet is 30 meters. That's the difference we're talking here. There's a lot more space outside of the city, so that's nice. What you do need is an outdoor brick oven. I could build that. We could stream making that, 10. That's no problem. So more car streams. Lols. The building code in Florida will require that if you replace shingles, each shingle must have 6 nails. Yeah, it's little stuff like that, Clayton. It's no big deal. This is the throw in a set of mats, flaps, and a tank of gas station buying. Bingo, Tessa. Once you decide you want to do business with a buyer or a seller, or once the seller decides they want to do business with a buyer, they usually don't renege on that. Unless there's something wrong with we can't get the money, we can't get the mortgage, but we had that base covered because we were pre-approved, so it's not that big of a deal. And we're not using something called FHA. We're not using first-time home buyer discounts. Like in the U.S., when you buy, every time you buy your first home, they give you some pretty good discounts, but the thing is, there's a catch to it. It seems like everybody should do that for the first time. But if you have a house that's not completely 100% up to code, it's pretty useless. Because FHA, first-time homeowner buying won't give you a first-time homeowner's discount if there's something wrong with the home. So the building inspection has to be immaculate. First-time home buyer stuff literally works for only new homes that were well made, because stuff shows up in building inspections on new homes all the time. So the house literally has to be immaculate for that to work. If we did FHA, and this is right from my mortgage broker, if we did FHA, the FHA people would have showed up and they would have appraised the house and they would have saw the roof and said nope. So FHA really only works with new construction that have an immaculate building inspection. The only problem is any new construction that's built around here, around eastern Massachusetts, is going to be well over $1 million. So screw me, right? That's why we didn't do that. Or you waive the inspection, in which you can't do that with FHA. God, can't do it. Go boy, and Eisenhower. Thanks, guys. No, you are immaculate. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Dreaming. Someone has to fix all that stuff before they give you a first-time homeowner. And I'm just like, dude. My mortgage guy was like, honestly, the amount you'd have to... okay, so he was making up numbers, and I'll make up numbers too. He said, look, the first-time homeowners, let's just say the home is X amount of money, all right? And the discount is 10 G's, right? Let's say it's $100,000, and the first-time homeowner thing is $10,000, right? You get a $10,000 discount. It's like a 10% discount or something. I'm seriously making up numbers. It's not that crazy, right? In order to get FHA approval, you need to spend $20,000, right? So you spend 20 G's to save 10. It makes no sense. So that's why we didn't do it. What does Brimo's commute time look like? Tessa, that was the one big con from the house. It's 45 minutes out of the city with no traffic. with traffic, hour and a half. So, but Primo's pretty much remote, and she got moved to another project at her company, and her boss is like super against going back into the office. So we should be okay. But I asked her, I made very sure, like, look, there's time, like, Tessa, they're not going 5 days back into the office. Bare minimum, it's 2. So that hybrid system, I'm like, are you prepared for commuting an hour and a half both ways for 2 days a week if we buy this? And I made sure to ask a couple of times, because asking one time and get a no, it's fine, that's not an answer. Anybody that has a significant other knows what I'm talking about. What's your plan today? I don't know, Phenomenon. I'm all over the place. So, with accidents and road closures, don't get me started, man. Compared to what? What is it right now, Creeper? We're about 20 minutes outside of the city. But Primo's been remote. She's been into the office once since April of 2020. So I think we're okay. Yeah, Poison, that's fair. Yeah, the FHA, like, it didn't make sense in our case, but it doesn't mean that the FHAs are bad. If you're buying new construction, yeah, then it's great. Then, yeah, you could save a lot of money. Yeah, serious. Yeah, exactly. It's not that F8 Bruins cooked. Oh, that's a shame. Frick Carolina Hurricanes. What a terrible name for a team. Yeah, I'm gonna name my hockey team after a freak act of nature. Yeah, you got the freak part right. You freaking freaks! Sorry. Could be worse. Could be the Maple Leafs. At least that's something that's not freaky. The Maple Leafs, like the Canada Maple Leafs, I get it. Also, frick Toronto, right? I'm a Bruins fan. I have to hate you Toronto fans, all right? It's in my genes. I have to hate it. Nobody likes Bruins fans. Nobody likes Bruins fans. Nobody likes the Bruins except for people from Boston. It's fine, all right? It's fine. We're supposed to hate each other. That's the idea. Tampa Bay Lightning. At least Lightning is kind of cool from time to time, Karen. Hurricanes kill people. That's not cool at all. That's dumb. Yeah. Imagine having a hockey team being south of the Mason-Dixon line. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Even Bruins fans don't like Bruins fans. It's true! I guess you have to like Detroit because Primo? No, I don't need to be a Red Wings fan. No, that's good. They didn't even make the playoffs. At least we made it. Go Panthers. Name himself after a cat. A freaking cat. You know what, 48? If it's one thing that I realized from watching Tiger King, it's to avoid people that have anything to do with big cats. Just avoid them at all costs. Because they're nuts. Alright? With that being said, Panthers. Yeah, you guys are nuts. Get away from me. You guys are nuts. Get away from me. Looks at my Bengals. Okay, Dingleberg, 2 things. 1, Ohio. What are you doing? 2, Big Cat. You're nuts. The moral of buying a home is that I hate it, chat. I mean, I have a backup team due to AHO affiliations, and you will not like this, the Blues. Ugh, I just lost a little bit of respect for you, Tan. See, Tan's a Bruins fan. I'm a Bruins fan. Now I hate Tan. Just a little bit more. See, this is normal. This is normal activity. Ohio ain't that bad. It ain't that good either. Yep. You're from Ohio. It's pretty obvious. That's pretty good, man. So yeah, guys, with the house stuff, everything's moving along. We're pretty much in finalized negotiations, man. I'm pretty sure we got this one, but my realtor said these are my realtor's words. Pretty sure we got this one. This is a building inspector. He's like, yeah, no, this is no problem. This is not the worst building inspection I've ever done by a long shot. Don't worry about it. So I'm like, okay, all right, cool. At least Michigan State beat Ohio. Yeah. That sucks for the Bruins, man. Down by 1 goal. Ugh, Hurricanes. Exactly, Ethan. I hate you so much, but you hate me and I hate me too. So that, if you hate everyone, Wayne, that means you're cool with everyone. This is a northeast part of the U.S. kind of mentality, like for the people, like if you're Canadian or something, or from overseas or something, you're gonna be like, I don't know what that means. It's a northeast thing. You kind of just hate everyone, but everyone hates you. So because everybody hates each other, nobody hates each other. It's strange. It's strange. It's strange. Trust me. Wasn't even close. Scored with 20 seconds left. Ugh. Nah, Gabe, oh well. Next season. We still got basketball. Not sure how much the Celtics are going to last, and the Red Sox are terrible right now, so. It's Formula 1, I guess, man. That's good. So, Europe, then. Foz, what I've noticed about Europeans is that Europeans secretly hate each other. They secretly all hate each other. The French hate the Germans. The English hate everybody. You know, Denmark and Sweden hate each other. Finland and Sweden hate each other. Norway hates everyone, but everybody hates Norway too. But they won't say it. They won't tell each other that. They won't say anything about it. They won't say it. Oh, the good old I hate all of you equally, right? Everyone hates the UK. Nah, not anymore. Yeah, okay, with current events. Oh, okay, all right. Pre-2022, everybody was kind of like, yeah, I don't trust them. But yeah, we're friends. It's good, you know? We didn't fight everybody because we like them. That was a very British thing to say, Eason. Ando's like, we secretly hated Russia. Ando, Poland, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that one's a little bit justified. Just a little, just there was that whole, 50 years of hell. Yeah, no, I know my history, yeah, you know how Poland was part of the Allied forces, and at the end of World War II, Poland was like, hey, can you help us? And everyone's like, nah, we're good. It's like, what? 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 No. Yeah, short line, and that's the most recent. Yeah, most recent. Poland always gets the shaft, dude. In history, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, Benelux are all friends except for soccer. Yeah, that makes sense. W, yeah. Ew, Finland. They're like an abusive sister. No social skills will force you to like, yeah, okay, alright. Everyone hates England with the exception of Portugal. Everybody loves Scotland, again with the exception of Portugal. I'm noticing a pattern here. Benelux friends, screw the Dutch. Alright. You've been on the wrong side of history the past 500 years. Ask me anything. Doxy, that whole area of the world. Yeah, no. I even read classical antiquity, and they're like, the Balkans? What? It's like, dude, okay. I know you're not in the Balkans, I get it. But also, like, it's that whole strip of land right there. Don't the North hate the South in the U.S.? Yeah, Chief, it's not that bad. It depends on where you go. We are not in the Balkans. I know. Anyway. Okay. Space news, shall we? So that's what's going on with the house. It is what it is. What about our strip of land? I mean, Chief, you have a habit of just getting invaded by people. Yeah, they hate us because they ain't us. You know what I'm saying? But then once you get invaded, Greeks have a habit of not taking crap from nobody. Sleepy, hello, fellow house owner. Yeah, that's what I mean. Everybody hates England hand, but England kind of hates everybody, but they won't say it. I noticed the British people have a very... It's like Bill the other day in that Senate... You know, Bill's from Florida, but I've noticed that that's an English thing, too. You know, England has this way of insulting people without insulting them. I've noticed it. I've noticed that they're good at that. And I noticed it from watching too much Top Gear. Like back in the day, not new Top Gear. We don't talk about that. Yeah, well, Chief, yeah, taking no crap from nobody or going down swinging, which I don't... I can respect that. Also, there's that whole, you know, democracy thing. That, you know, I think that's a pretty good idea. Yeah, I like that one. That's pretty good. You know, right? Allowing people life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty hype on that one. Just saying. Just saying, pretty hype on that one. That's a pretty good thing. That last one's really cool. Okay. You're thinking Top Gear equals British. Okay. Yeah, England hates it. Yeah, exactly, short line. Yeah, I noticed the South does that same kind of thing. How Bill Nelson made the Senate Oversight Committee look really stupid without calling them stupid. See, in the northern parts of the U.S., like the Northeast, so like, you know, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, we will just say you're an idiot. Yeah, it's very candid. It's very straightforward. There's this thing called the Southern Draw, and it's like saying, "Oh, look at you. You're special in your own way." You know, it doesn't sound like they don't say that, but it sounds like a compliment. It ain't no compliment. No, that's not. That is not a compliment. Oh, bless your heart. My sweet summer child. That's not a compliment. That means you're an idiot. Yep. That ain't a compliment. You know, as they say, the president proposes and Congress disposes. Basically saying every good idea that NASA has, you guys end up ruining it. That's basically what he said. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. You sure are something. Oh, man. Yeah, Chief. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. What people don't realize is that in Florida, there's laws for, like, being able to report whatever you want in the news. Like, you could just say whatever you want. So, like, the articles that you see, oh, Florida man jumps out of pickup truck, wrestles alligator, and puts his head on the front of his pickup truck while he was still alive. Like, that, yeah, most of that stuff is made up. It's funny to read, but it's also made up. The drawl means that they talk slow. Bill has that too, but it's not the same thing as the passive aggressiveness. Well, I wouldn't know, Mayor. I'm a Yankee. But I did live in Florida, so you could say I have a little bit of Florida man in me. I'll let people read into that the way they want because this is the internet and I can't take that one back. Did that on purpose. Anyway, found something for you. They are the same thing. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. You are not wrong. Oh, bless your heart. You know what's even crazier than Florida man, historically speaking? Massachusetts man. You know why? How's this for a headline? Massachusetts man gets pissed off about taxes. Throws British tea in harbor. Sets ship on fire. There. How's that for a headline? Yeah. Massachusetts man. Massachusetts man gets angry and shoots at garrison soldiers for claiming a bridge. True story. Starts country. Yeah. Yep. Massachusetts man defends arbitrary hill in Boston just because he's being oppressed. Yep. True story. Hey, Ray, what's going on, man? PA man flies kite in thunderstorm. Can we do that? That's a, you know what, God, this is a good idea. We should just come up with we should come up with historical events. Not come up with like find historical events that you could put into a Florida man style headline and say Massachusetts man crashes boat into rock, founds colony. History but make it clickbait. Then they defended the other hill. That's actually pretty funny. Buffalo man discovers air conditioning. The king hates this. 5 secrets to starting your own country. The crown hates it. Several Ohio men hate Ohio so much they abandoned Earth to go to the moon. This is a great idea for Twitter. It is, Bree. We got to start doing that. Love the monitors on set. Hey, thanks, Ray. Appreciate it, man. How you doing? Did you stream today, dude, or what? Now imagining ShamWow is a news reporter. Bree, we got to do this. That's funny as hell. Brothers use wooden cloth to levitate on a beach? Yep, tonight I have a sticker party where I make up stream stickers that my viewers can call up with commands. Nice, dude. Nice. All right, Tessa, what do you got? You want a good headline? Try this one. Super Kaylee go ballistic. Celtic are atrocious. Barns dragged into gutter. I don't know what that means, but all right. Sweet. Missouri man builds arch. 2 brothers hate Ohio so much they learn to fly. Michigan man hates horses so much he finds a way to make them obsolete. Cool space. All right. Scientists grow first plants in lunar soil. Dude, we talked about this the other day, lols. Yeah, that's really cool. 5 simple tips to launch a spaceship into orbit. The FAA hates him. California man launches car into space. That's good, man. That's a really good idea. The news: Massachusetts man angry about taxes throws a tea party. Englishman steals spice and claims curry as their own. Oh, that's good, dude. That's a gold mine, man. We should make a novel account on Twitter or something and do that. Chubby American businessman hates Italian and fights him at French racing track. Oh, man. Italian farmer starts car company. That's good, man. Scammer heard it was chilly outside and ran outside with a bowl and spoon. German engineer hates his country so much he invents vehicle to go to space. This is good, man. Did you mess up an Alt F4 joke? No, never. Clickbait history. That's pretty funny, man. We should do that. Admiral Lee had to intervene on blue cheese. True story. Historical clickbait. That's my idea. I call that idea. We should make that idea. Gagarin works his life hard to spend 105 minutes outside of the USSR. That's a good one. That's a good one. Man eats corned beef sandwich in space. You won't believe where they found crumbs. I'm trying to register that account now. Historical clickbait. French people are losing their heads over this revolutionary contraption. I think the crumbs are in Ohio. Oh, creeper, that's bad. That's bad, dude. It's not like that, not like that. Creeper, what an emo kid, am I right? Are you too young to know what an emo kid is? Such an emo kid. Mongolian man upset by neighbor's fence. That's funny, dude. I was born in 2000. Okay. That didn't really answer my question. But alright. Do you have a flag? Tips for colonizing the world. German UFO hit UK? Jeez. Scotsman goes to pieces after invading England. Something about freedom. Yep. Oh, Bright, that's bad. Japan suffers extreme climate change twice in 2 different cities. Ooh, that's bad. All right. All right. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Did you buy Orbital Combat? No, I didn't, Zay. I really need to get into not spending money mode for a little while. I may or may not have a large purchase to do very soon. Oh, geez, Panta. That's a lot of dimp right there. Go ahead and delete that. Yes, I know what emo. Yeah, okay, cool. It's just an emo kid, man. It's all good. You could always just sell a truck. See, Balxy, that implies that my cars are actually worth money. That's the implication there. 2,000 plus, Grim. Tessa. Massachusetts man travels country on fake pretense, proposes at Grand Canyon. Wow. That's really stupid. Who would do that? You were a 90s Evo kid? Well, that's goth. That's different. That's different. But I can see it. That's kind of funny, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Hey, Snowy. How are you? Oh, yeah. No, okay, Ben, it's all right. The way you used cars are going, you can get something. In this market, they probably are. No, not really, guys. Not really worth a lot. I mean, the 59 is, but that's not getting sold. The Mustangs depreciate in value very quickly. And mine, and then they go up the older they get. So right now, 80s Mustangs, what are called Fox bodies, those are going up in price. After the Fox body, you had SN95. And then you had SN95 Part 2 in the early 2000s, late 90s. And then SN95 Part 2, SN95 Boogaloo, was replaced with the S197 chassis. That's what my Mustang is. And those ones, the very bottom of the bell curve. Boston man buys affordable house. Yeah, that's definitely clickbait. Prisoner escape in a book chest. Nice. Buy low, sell high. Paper hands. So the Coronet is worth nothing. It's really worth. Nobody cares about a 4-door 69 Coronet. Really, they don't. The reason, but see, you got to remember, guys. I have the cars because the cars are content for the stream. Because now I have a garage. I'm looking at a G-body. Nice. Yeah, look at the prices, man. Hugo Scrotius. Or Hugo de Groot. He's Groot? Nice. I'll read about him later. Coronet sleeper when? Well, fellas, like, I was telling Bree this, you know, I'm really not, because we spend a lot of money, garage and stuff, right? What's our first tweet? Massachusetts man crashes boat into rock, founds colony. Indigo's getting in a nice weekend ride before OFT2. TB's out on the farm. I like S197s, Poison, and I like SN95s to be honest with you, and I like Fox bodies. The only Mustang that I'm really not that big of a fan of is the Mustang 2. First generation Mustang from 65 to 70, what is it, 73? Choice. And then from 1974 to 1980, Ford just didn't make a Mustang. They just, yeah, it's funny. It's just that records were lost to the sands of time or whatever. Anyway, so what I was saying, guys, and then we'll jump into some space stuff. Criminal sentenced to faraway paradise. Nice, Clayton. Clickbait history. Massachusetts man crashes boat into rock, founds colony. No, okay, so what I was saying is, guys, for the people that don't know, the house and everything, the house has a huge garage in it. We have 15-foot ceilings in the garage, and the garage is 1,000 square feet. It's a two-bay garage, two-bay industrial garage that's attached to the house, right? I want to make that whole garage my office. So, like, it's the reason why I have the Coronet, we have the 2 trucks, and we have the Mustang, right? The trucks aren't worth anything, and the 59 is probably worth the most, but I'm not selling that. That's my truck. The 97 is the truck I proposed to Brimo in, so that's not getting sold. The Coronet, I really want the Coronet so I can teach you guys how to work on cars. That's really why, because, like, if I have, if we have some space to work on a car, I could actually get into doing cool stuff, like taking stuff apart, fixing things, showing the maintenance, taking apart stuff. Like, that's the stuff that's the cool stuff that I really couldn't do because we really didn't have any space, right? So that's why I have the Coronet. And then the Mustang's the daily driver. So, yeah, Toto, my garage is bigger than the one in MSC, to be honest. Well, I shouldn't say it. We're not closed yet. It's not over until we get the keys. What is it with the fat lady? You're obsessed with the fat lady. Yeah, Sleepy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, clickbait history. Yep. History, but it's clickbait. As long as there's no poop truck. Well, we have a septic tank tape, so a poo truck is going to need to get called eventually, but not for a little while. And I ain't gonna be the one doing it. Oh, Satana! Oh, Satana! Oh, Satana! Mustang is a daily driver. Here in Europe, you'd have to be a millionaire to afford the fuel. Stolfar, fuel is expensive here, but it's about half the price of the fuel there. Yeah, half the price. I pay, even right now, gas prices are the highest they've ever been in U.S. history. I don't know, maybe at €1 a liter or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like half of what you pay. Yeah. And if you pay more than that, well, that sucks. How's the house heated? No, Belted. Gas heat. Gas heat. Gas water heater. Gas on-demand water heater. Like, dude, all the stuff that really matters is cherry on this house. The people did put some work into it. How's the basement? It's got a furnished basement in it, Moist. Furnished basement. It's got 2 bathrooms. You got a furnished basement with a huge area for entertaining, because I'm the most social person around in real life. okay? There's a sump, but they're condensate pumps, Moist. They're condensate pumps. We're on high ground here, so you get into the center of Massachusetts, you start getting up in the hills, so it's no problem. Gas line or propane? It's a gas line. Municipal service condition, which is pretty sweet. 170 for petrol. Yeah, so Mustang, okay, so two things. Mustangs over here, yeah, the gas is pretty expensive, but it's not as expensive as yours. Like I said, I'm paying about half what you pay for gas. Second part of that, Mustangs are everywhere in the United States. They are everywhere. You see them as much as Nissan Micras in Europe. They're everywhere. Everybody has Mustangs. Not everybody, but they're very popular over here. They're a nice car because you can get away with dailying them because, you know, gas isn't too bad. The second part is because they made a lot of Mustangs, it's very easy to maintain and it's very inexpensive to fix if something goes wrong. Now, personally, I've been pretty damn lucky. I've never had a problem with my car. Ever. Never had any problems with it. You know, it's had some things here and there, but 5 to 10,000 engineer. Money saving tip. Poop truck every 2 years for 2 people. That's literally what my building inspector told me in Geneva, yeah. Every year with 2 more people. Poop truck is $100 to $200. New septic system from not pooping is, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, engineer. That's exactly what my building inspector said. The septic system is less than 4 years old. They redid it when the sellers moved into the house. Like I said, they redid it because they wanted this to be their home. But circumstances are making them move, which is why they needed to get it out and why the price was right, you know? $8 to $9 a gallon. You guys are getting screwed, man. If we hit we hit $8.50. If we ever hit $8.50 a gallon in this country, people would go insane. We'd go insane. Not because, oh, the bear is so efficient. Dude, you need a car. Some places you need a car, and that's screwed up. That's screwed up that you need a car. I get it. I understand. But there are some parts where you can't not have a car. Some people literally are not given the means to succeed with gas prices at $8.50. That's why they'll never go higher. Hey, Hokey gifted a sub to Mike. There you go. That's a shame, NorCal. Yeah, Clayton, yep. Same in the UK, some places are real, you can't use public transit. Yeah. With that being said, fellas, and this is what I mean about 50 Shades, you know, me in Massachusetts, I can use public transport if I want to. The roads suck. They're terrible. We have the same problem that you guys do. The roads are garbage. You know why? Because they were made by Europeans. They're garbage. Sorry, guys. You can't even deny that one. They're terrible. So trains and stuff actually make sense in certain states. Like, yeah, that actually makes sense. Roads are terrible. They're terrible. Like, I went to Michigan. I went to, anytime I visit Remos, folks, the roads go north, south, east, and west. And it's just grids. It's very easy. And traffic actually moves. It's funny, I know. It's funny how that works, right? Anyway, before we get too incredibly depressed, yeah, things are looking good with the house. Things are looking very good. I really want to close on this thing. It's a house that I really want. And once again, I don't want to show you guys pictures, namely because I don't want to jinx it. I'm gonna stream from inside the garage and stuff, so you'll see it eventually, you know. You want to hear messed up? It's cheaper to buy a block of New Zealand cheese in Australia and then send it over to New Zealand than buy it in a shop here in New Zealand. Smirks, that sounds like incompetent Rule 8 people, but yeah. Yeah, but you need a monster truck to get through the potholes up there. Yeah. Public transit, that must be nice, yeah. Richest country in the world and can't even fix the roads. You know why, Sirius? Because we don't need to. We don't need to. We don't have to put up with this. We're rich. And wait a minute, you lot designed the roads. This is your fault. Don't try to skirt that. That's your fault. We've been trying to fix your mess since, at least in my state. Yeah, caveman. Yep. All right. New Zealand, the global standardization for what not to do. I mean, Smirks, just when you think they can't get dumber, they get dumber. I don't know why. Like, what's happening here? There has to be some correlation here. Like, the older British roads are fine. They were made by the Romans. Yep. Look, we didn't have metal boxes on wheels back then. That's fair. EJ, the furnished basement is for your model train set. Dorsey, I'm moving into a chapter in my life where I can't just say, yeah, let's put model trains down there. Because... seriously, though, the garage is big enough where I could just put a model train set in there and have a lot of room left over. Yeah, Smirks probably. It was leaded gas that lowered the global IQ by billions. Maybe. You need to wait like 20 years. Yeah, see, Ando, you get it. Tara, it's because Taradra's moving in? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Funny story, my local town has so many complaints about potholes, so they decided to put a speed bump to slow the cars down instead. Dude, just peak freaking stupidity. Peak stupidity, man. I think every person that's a mayor or like a governor or something, anybody that runs a city, whatever it is where you live, they need to play City Skylines and they need to have a city with 100,000 pop in City Skylines. It should be mandatory. It should be you have to play City Skylines if you want to be the mayor. If you fail, boom, you cannot be the mayor. Get out of here. Are we still waiting on the news release of KSP2? Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Soon, though, maybe. Who knows? It's all slab on grade, so basement culture is not existent. Ooh, no, that stinks. Some would like the mess that they've made. Oh, Ando, that's too real. Too real. Too real, man. Half the mayors probably can't even use the mouse. And nobody thinks that's a problem? Like, you know what? Let's just end that conversation. That conversation is getting way too real, way too fast. Let's just not. Here. Thomas, what's this link? Space me, man. Let's go. I don't know or not yet. Hunster, that's too it's too real, man. Stop it. Does the new house have any trees? It might. It might be surrounded by trees. He might be out in a forest, man. It's out in the sticks, man. What do you think I mean by that? All right, let's see. You have foliage streaming treehouse? No. Okay, no. We can do a streaming treehouse. Maybe. But here's a requisite. The streaming treehouse must have bunk beds because activities. And I don't really care. Like, I'm putting bunk beds in just so I can tell people, all right, here's my type of humor in real life, okay? And pretty much on stream too, but I will put bunk beds in a random room in my house, right? In one of the bedrooms, right? We'll put it in there. Nobody has to sleep in those beds. Nobody has to. Maybe a guest room or something. But if I'm like showing somebody else, yeah, this is the kitchen, this is one of the bedrooms. Yeah, I put bunk beds in there because I wanted more room for activities. And I will say that with a straight face, unironically. And they'll be like, "What?" I'll be like, "Yeah, no, I just can do so many more activities when I have bunk beds in there." Is that your bedroom? No, that's a guest room. Did you touch my drum set? I will put my drum set, Tara, in the same room. Not to use it. I wouldn't use it. Just I put it in the same room as the bunk beds. I will do that on purpose. Yep. Oh yeah, Ranus. Yeah, he would love to. My parents were with us with the building inspector. Yeah, my parents were there. They wanted to come because they wanted to see the house. They hadn't seen it yet, so. And you know what? You know what my dad did? Went straight to the garage. He went straight to the garage. He's looking around. Oh, yeah, it's real nice. Yeah, it's real nice. Yeah, this is really good. Yeah, this is good. I'm like, get a surplus 3-stack of Navy racks. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's here. He went right to the garage, dude. He's like, yeah. This is a nice building. You know, grab the support. Yeah, that ain't going anywhere. I'm sitting there going, that's what I did. You knew it'd be big enough for the Bridgeport. Love my dad playing. It's so funny, dude. I love it. What house? Oh, there's a house. Falcon, we had an offer accepted on a house. We haven't closed yet, but also, yeah. So we'll just go with it. But here, also, look at this. This is a really nice picture. Cannot wait to be a dad and do maximum dad things on the daily. Yeah, exactly, Scary. See, we follow like, oh my God, dad jokes. Dude, they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose because it's hilarious and they can get away with it. It's like when you make a bad joke and you know it's a bad joke, but you make it anyway, and everyone's like, no, and you're just sitting there internally going, yes. Awesome. What, does he want a store there? I don't know. Engineer's like, his dad can confirm. I shall go to my shop this week to work on a housewarming gift. Oh, John, you don't need to do that, man. When Little Leagues come along, we'll never hear the end of dad joke. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Can confirm. My daughter's 4 and already hates them. Nice. Moist. Hell yeah. It's like doing the awkward IT guy stuff. We do that on purpose, too. Oh, yeah, I would. No. Mabby Mensch, hold on. 3 hours in. No. 3 hours in is just getting warmed up for me. I stream 10 hours a day minimum. 5 days a week, minimum 10-hour stream. That's my rule. And that's been my rule since 2015. And I have upheld that rule for 7 years. No, you're good. Plenty of time. We're just getting warmed up. Although my schedule has been a little bit weird this week because I am trying to purchase a home. So that has kind of messed stuff up. Right now we should be 8 hours in and we're only 3. 10, 24 hour rookie. Any railroads online on the docket for tonight? Yeah, maybe. I kind of wanted to play Kerbal, then I said we could play some summer car, but with the house stuff I kind of don't really want stressful games, so maybe we will screw around with trains, who knows. Anyway, so let's start off the space news. The big space news today was that SpaceX launched the Starlink mission again. We started with that. It's all good. We're good there. 24-hour garage stream when? Yeah, because working on cars for copious amounts of time when you're moving heavy equipment is a great idea, right? Yeah, man. Oh, bless your heart, Gully. Bless your heart. See what I did there? And take hubcaps for moving cars. Actually, it started before. Yeah, so we watched the Starlink launch. That was good. Here's a picture to get us off here. This is coming from Chris B. SA-513. The last Saturn V launched Skylab 1 on May 14th, 1973. Liftoff from 39A took place as SA-206. Skylab 2 stood on KSC-39B with its milk stool, counting down for its planned May 15th liftoff with astronauts Pete Conrad, Kerwin, and White. Yep. You also said you wanted to check out your helicopter pad in Minecraft. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we don't want anybody dropping a transmission or anything. Goalie, don't try to weasel your way out of this by insulting me. You're in the wrong, and now you look stupid. Deal with it. My dad actually called me down to watch the launch. He's taken an interest in Starlink recently. I'm proud of him. Starlink is cool, man. I have another idea for a tweet. Virginia man builds fort in swamp, sells cash crop. Nice.
Go and throttle up.
Oh, for 72 months, 6 years of 105.4 FM. The Rock. Nice. Yeah, Fortunately, Mike, I may have just forgotten to save that clip during the DMCA purge. What a pity. Yeah, yes. No. Pass this part. And in fact, never play this part again. That's a pretty cool shot. We should do stuff like that again. That would be smart. Anyway, all right. What do we got over here? So Brendan Lewis over here does kind of these cool infographics for Marcus Howe's Patreon members in NASA spaceflight. It shows the equipment that we have for Starship, the equipment that's being produced by SpaceX. So 24 is almost done in the high bay. 25 is getting close to being finished. 26 is in pieces. Booster 7 is being abused for testing. And it's done 4 cryogenic tests. Booster 8 is being made, and parts of Booster 9 have been spotted, which is pretty cool. We'll get more into that later. I'll kind of start and finish with Starship stuff. Actually, Zach's post there is more stuff from RGV. We'll check that in a moment. SpaceX, back-to-back Falcon 9 launches of Starlink within 24 hours, completing SpaceX's 19th and 20th launches of the year. Yep. Yesterday, we had a Starlink launch out of Vandenberg. Everything went A-OK, and today we had another Starlink launch. Reused fairings, new second stage, new first stage. It was very weird seeing a clean Falcon 9. It was strange. I'm like, why is it so white? That's strange. But don't worry. Don't worry, that booster got a nice coating of soot on it. What clip is that? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. My dad actually called me, don't know what to do. He also came up with the wet workshop concept all on his own. Why don't we take upper stages and convert them to stations? Oh, nice, short line. Hell yeah, there we go. I thought this was a scrub from yesterday. Is Starship test in July? Clayton, I think personally that SpaceX is going to try to launch in June. It could be June or July. The funny thing is that SLS might be the same way. Actually, SLS is probably more July than June, but Starship could be the same as well. How much does fairing reuse save percentage-wise? Well, okay, granted test, that's actually a really good question. Fairings are not expensive. They don't save much. Fairings, if the rocket is like, what, 60 million or something like that, and it's, this is a brand new Falcon 9, right? So fairings are probably 5 million out of that 60 million. It's not a lot. So why do they reuse fairings? Well, the bottleneck isn't cost, it's production time. Fairings take a long time to make because fairings are basically made like a cake. You put down a layer, and then you put down another layer, and then you put down another layer, and then once you're finished with that, then you have to bake the cake. That's right. Fairings get put into an easy bake oven, but it's an easy bake oven that's at extremely high pressure and extremely high temperature. It's an autoclave. You got to put the fairings into a giant easy bake oven pressure cooker thingamajigger, and that takes weeks. It takes a long time. Not enough to keep up with SpaceX's flight cadence. That's why reusing fairings works for them. That's why reusing them is a big deal. It's actually not about cost. It's about production time, which equals cost down the road if you're trying to launch all the time. Interesting, right? You wouldn't think. I thought the FAA was holding the environmental report until SLS went. Yeah, John, I have So remember, the context of this question was, when do you think it's going to fly? This is when I think it's going to fly. As in terms of the FAA, I don't know. But I have a sneaking suspicion that at the end of May, the FAA is going to be done. They're going to be done. At the end of April, I forgot what month it was, sorry. At the end of April, the FAA said they need another month, but also they moved some super big milestones up on the indicator of progress of the PEA on their website. They're like in the home stretch, dude. And then SpaceX had an FCC document that they had to file, publish, right? And the FCC document said that Starship is good for launching anytime between May and the end of the year. Now, don't get me wrong, the FCC means nothing. The FCC is not the FAA. Those are two different alphabets, okay? One might as well be in Japanese, and the other one will be in freaking French, right? Those are two different things. But also, With the FAA moving, like indicating that they've completed like 90% of their report, and the FCC releasing that filing like that, I have a feeling that the PEA is going to get done this month. But once again, I can't prove that. Take that information for what you will. Remember, I was asked when I think Starship is going to fly, not when is it actually going to fly. When does EJ think it's going to fly, right? Those are two different things. Keep that in mind. Where did the idea come from? It's people just getting upset that, people looking to blame somebody, Matt, first of all. And second of all, people are upset because Starship, they saw all those flights, last year, and then nothing. We want more. We want more. It's just instant gratification doesn't happen with spaceflight. This is what I keep telling you guys. Is the Cape Starship pad still looking to be done by the end of July? That's going to be hard to do, John. I'd say the end of the summer. That's what I think. Realistically, probably the end of the year. We might even see a launch out of there by the end of the year. It's doable. At the rate that SpaceX is going, very doable. Very doable. Starship has made us impatient. Bingo. Papa Elon is spoiling us. That's right. Yeah, you're damn right he is, dude. Are we doing Minecraft tonight? I don't know. Maybe. Do you give credence that the delays are political? I always thought it was just bureaucracy being bureaucracy. My modus operandi for analyzing anything political, Foz, is don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to incompetence. I don't think there's some crazy conspiracy to keep Starship from flying. I really don't. I don't think that that's going on. It might. The truth of the matter is that I can't really prove that it is or it isn't. Because even if I could, who would believe me? And B, I would need some damn good evidence to report that as news. I wouldn't say that. I don't even insinuate it. If you can't prove it, it's just opinion. It's not about what you know. It's what you can prove, right? There's really no evidence to say one way or the other. So, when I'm reporting stuff to you guys, now, once again, I make sure to tell you this is what EJ thinks, this is EJ's opinion, or this is news. Those are two different things. Way two different things. People confuse those two a lot nowadays. Especially with, like, analysts. Like, oh, I'm analyzing this. I think they're going to do this. That's just very much your opinion. You have no way of proving that. You see this all the time with, like, 24-hour news coverage, no matter what station you watch. However, with that being said, I can't prove it one way or the other, so I don't know when Starship is going to launch. That's the truth. You don't know. I don't know. Elon doesn't even know. It's ready when it's ready. That's the honest truth. But, like Foz, this is why I pivot right from that right into opinion, saying I think it might launch in July. Because the evidence is kind of there and it kind of lines up, but I still can't really prove that. An FCC filing means nothing. There was an FCC filing for Starship orbital flight test 6 months ago. That never happened, so that really doesn't mean anything. That's the truth. Jeez, Mike, no, I'm good. Yeah, man, it's gonna be sweet. So, like, honestly, with spaceflight, you gotta be patient. It pays to be patient with spaceflight. Even if you're a fan, it pays. It pays to be patient during the mission. You don't want to go hosting an intergalactic kegger up on your spacecraft, even though that would be kind of fun. But, there's no way to say one way or the other. Dude, you rewind 5 years ago. Everybody's criticizing the Space Force for becoming a thing. Oh, the Space Force is stupid. The Space Force is this. The Space Force is that. Oh, we don't like the Space Force. The military, no, it's bad. We don't need another branch of the military. Blah, 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 blah. The same people that are totally cool with Space Force now, like, and then the same people that, anytime a launch got delayed 5 years ago, nobody was just like, oh, it's delayed, it'll launch when it launches. I see the same people that were, like, cool with it 5 years ago suddenly not cool with it now. Like, all right, what changed? Don't answer that. Like, everybody's like, oh, it's incompetence. there's a carbon, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, I don't know. That's kind of, it's low-hanging fruit, Foz, which is why I don't lend credence to that idea at all. It could be, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Foz, exactly. That's another indicator that I know that it's not something stupid. Because SpaceX isn't even ready to, they're not ready to launch it. I said this back when the FAA thing first got delayed. Like, this was back in December of 2021. People were like, SpaceX is ready to launch. The FAA is just hamstringing them. I'm like, guys, there's no launch pad. How can you launch a rocket off of no launch pad? What are they going to do? Launch it off a suborbital pad? No. You know, like, it's not happening. They're not even ready. They're not even close to being ready. But what I also said at the same time was that they scale off of each other. It's not like SpaceX is just sitting over there going, you done with that report, FAA? And the FAA going, I don't know, you done with your launch pad, SpaceX? No, they're talking to each other about this. It's not like SpaceX is sitting in, you know, a bureaucratic waiting room going, oh, where's the FAA? No, they're talking with them about it. How the heck are they going to how are they going to assess a programmatic environmental assessment on SpaceX without talking to SpaceX? That's dumb. Because SpaceX is changing all the time. They change how they do things all the freaking time. That might be the reason why it's taking so long. I don't know. Like, see, there's like the fact that there's so many different theories about this that do make sense tells me that it's not incompetence. Anybody that has that take, I'm immediately like, yeah, all right, sure. Off topic, but Alabama human. Oh, hey man, all right. Been gone a while. Have you watched the Halo show on Paramount? No. By the way, I changed my screen name. Used to be Disciple. Yeah, I was gonna say Alabama human. I don't really remember that name, but I remember Disciple. Yeah. Light blue color for your name. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Where have you been? Everything all right? Hopefully you're doing well. So probably, yeah, okay, I already got that. Netflix canceled Space Force. Yeah, B-Money, how topical. Everybody's just cool with Space Force now. Everybody was freaking out. Dude, how many space newses did I have to do? How many space news segments did I have to do in 2017, 2018 telling people that Space Force is a good idea and all the crap that I got from people? Oh my God. It was ridiculous. Just doing other things? All right, cool. Dude, I had to talk about Space Force every day for like 3 months straight in like, what was it, 2018 or something? Telling people, no, this is good. This is a good thing. That's more money for space. That's a good idea. More people are launching things into space, so we need to know, we need better air traffic control for space. It's a little weird that it's a branch of the military, but it ain't anything the Air Force wasn't doing already. The Air Force has been literally doing what the Space Force is doing for the past 50 freaking years. Everybody's like, no, it's going to be like For All Mankind with guns in space. And then For All Mankind came out and there was guns in space. What did they think? That was going to happen? What are you, nuts? Oh, man. You are making me so angry. Yeah, granted, it was Space Policy Directive 3. It was SPD 3, yes. Several other countries either created their own Space Force or turned the Air Force to the Aerospace Force. Because that was where it was trending. Just like the Air Force was trending after World War II. Everybody started an Air Force after that. Including us. Yeah, Kralani, pretty much. Yeah, I know, Caveman. Yeah, so if people were going to get pissed off about Space Force because it was the guy that I don't like's idea, and people are going to get pissed off at the FAA now because the guy I don't like is that, like, dude, are you really a space fan? Like, I hate this. I hate playing these games, dudes. I hate playing these games. I'm on board with space. Like, dude, I was afraid that NASA was going to get gutted, you know, this year and last. No, it's been expanding. And you know what? I only have good things to say. Bill won me over. He won me over with that Senate meeting the other day. Good. No, NASA's in good hands. We are fine. We are totally good. Everything is okay. They are expanding sustainable lunar development. We got 2 lunar landers. They continued everything that Jim was doing. They just continued it. We are good. They're doing just fine. I was scared out of my mind. that something like Constellation was going to happen again. It would have plagued me for freaking months. Ask Brimo. She had to deal with my crap. What do you think of Space War's idea? No one's going to start a war in space, Granitas. It's the same kind of crap that you get with mutually assured destruction. You screw up one thing in space, you're going to screw it up for everybody. And that's the end of that. Bingo, John. Yeah, you got it. And he mentioned pudding. Yeah, Lego, yeah, right. I'll have you know, I'm going to file injunction with your statements. I don't like your statement, lad. I'll see you in court. Yeah, Shoreline. No, great pick. I was a little worried at first, but dude, Bill has done good things. He really has. Really, he's done good things for NASA. He went back. Okay, all right. I will give you an example. How NASA was before Constellation was canceled was NASA had a division that was explicitly for designing new equipment for NASA. Exploration Systems Development. That was thrown out the window because we weren't making any new rockets because we didn't have the money. Hilarious. Right? We didn't have the money and then we just gave it all to General Motors. No, I understand the reason why. I get it. I understand why that happened. Shh. It was a joke. Okay. So they got rid of Exploration Systems Development and just consolidated everything into human exploration operations. Now, thing with Constellation. During the Constellation program, so 2004 to 2010, we saw new systems being developed. We saw new stuff being prototyped on the space shuttle. Because remember, part of Project Constellation was a little program called Commercial Orbital Transport Services. So we saw the space shuttle being used as a prototype for stuff for future Constellation stuff, like that little thing called Dragon Eye that Dragon uses to dock to the space station. Yep, there you go. Stuff got prototyped and moved very, very quickly. Even Ares 1X. The concept for Ares 1 was finalized in like 2008. And we saw a flight in 2009, a year later. Yeah, it was a dud, but it was a good aerodynamic demonstration test. It was good. It was good to understand the dynamics of the vehicle. Any flight test is good. The point is that NASA iterated on stuff and they went fast. They still went fast, especially when there's something to develop because you have a goal, right? What happened, in 2010 under the 2010 NASA Authorization Act is they got rid of that. They got rid of it. They got rid of Ares 1 because you don't need a systems development division if you're not developing any systems. Hey, we saved money, didn't we? Right? So they got rid of it. Bill brought it back. He brought back ESD and put a guy named Jim Free in charge of it. He brought us back to what we were doing during Constellation. And now, because he brought back Exploration Systems Development, because he brought back ESD, you're going to start seeing stuff, upgrades for SLS happen a lot sooner rather than later, which is the right move. That's literally what I would have done if I was running NASA. But Bill can probably get it done. I probably am too stupid to get it done because I can't. Politicians just, like, who's better, Bill or Jim? Geeson, I like. Jim is better at communicating. He's a better communications guy because he was a museum curator on top of being a politician. So he's pretty damn good at being a politician, but he's really good at communicating STEM. Very good. That's why I liked him. And he was bold, and that's what NASA needs. Bill is not the best at communications. He's not the best at communications. That's my gripe. NASA's webcasts have sucked since he got in there, and that's not a mark at anybody or anything. It's not a mark at the guys that work on it. You work with what you got. If the administrator doesn't think communicating it is a big deal, then it's not going to be a big deal. Jim knew the value of that, and that's why I liked him. Right? Remember Apollo 8? Bill, where he lacks in his communications, he exceeds in politics. Bill is a very good politician, and he's an old school politician. The old school, remember the time when the politicians actually did stuff to help? Like, when they actually were good at remember that? Like guys like James Webb? No? James Webb wasn't a scientist, he was a politician. And Kennedy put him in charge of NASA because he knew he could get stuff done. And he did get stuff done. We had that whole, you know, Apollo program thing. That was pretty cool. I liked that. Yeah, that was a good time. I wasn't there for it, but I saw the highlight reels. Pretty good. Bill is that, he's old school like that. So as long as the executive branch gives him the tools to succeed, which they are, he's going to do a very good job, and he frankly has been, to be honest with you. He's been doing a good job. I was skeptical of Jim too. NASA has gotten the shaft so many times that I'm skeptical of any new person that gets in there, man. I have trust issues with spaceflight policy because I've read about it and it's so bad. The proof is in the pudding. NASA felt pressure under Jim. I agree, Hunster. Like I said, that's the communication thing. But getting a second lunar lander on the books, sustainable lunar development, Bill did that. Bringing back exploration systems development, Bill did that. He did. That's good. That's good for NASA. That gives NASA the tools they need to be at the very least on parity with SpaceX. It's going to take some time, but NASA eventually will be able to go quick. That's what exploration systems development is supposed to do. You're like a dedicated division to making new stuff to complete the goals of NASA. That in terms of human spaceflight. SpaceX has divisions like that. They're called SpaceX Special Systems Development or something. That's the whole point. I don't know, John. Whatever. They want to start a civilian one, whatever. That's fine. More money for space. Yes, Gary, he's been doing just fine. The president proposes and Congress disposes. See, Grayson, he did that. That was calculated. He did that on purpose. He did that on purpose because he knew this was live and he knew people would be watching it. He knew people that are important would be watching it. So he made it a thing to make them, the Senate people, look like they're the problem. That's smart. That's pretty good political chess right there. Jim did stuff like that. That was smart. It's really smart. He did that on purpose. He basically said, they said, oh, why is this taking so long? And he goes, well, I can't do anything if you don't give me the money to do things. And they're like, well, why aren't we giving you the money to do things? And Bill basically said, well, every time you do that, you don't give us enough money and we don't get it done. And then you ask why we don't get it done, because you didn't give us enough money. So he literally said, hey, it's your fault, without saying it's your fault. Hilarious. Smart. That's the smart move. That's one of those, oh, yeah, maybe, you know what, maybe we should fund you and then stuff might actually get done for a change. Bingo. That's what he was trying to get. They got it. They understood. They're like, yeah, maybe we should do that. It's like, okay. Important people also probably watched at 1.5 times the speed. Yep. Have you tried doing it without money? Dude, floating, you would be... I've gone digging into spaceflight policy and NASA funding over the last 50 years. You would be shocked at how many times that question has come up in Senate testimonies. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's been coming up for 50 years, since the end of the Apollo. Well, the Apollo program costs so dang much. Why aren't, we got to replace that. It's no good. NASA, if we replace it, we're losing capability. Yeah, but reusable. And then, okay, all right, fine, we'll make a reusable lifter for you. They made the space shuttle. Space shuttle is behind schedule. Why is the space shuttle behind schedule? Because you asked us to make a Mercedes with Toyota Corolla money. Oh, well, why is it behind schedule? Because you're not giving us the cash to get it done correctly. And then it fails. Well, why did it fail? It shouldn't fail. We gave you the money for that. No, you didn't. You underfunded development. So the vehicle underperformed. And in this case, underperforming was it blowing the frick up. Oh, well, we got to make it. We can't have that. We got to keep it going. You got to keep it going. All right, we'll give you funding for a space station. You should build a space station. You should build a space station with a space shuttle. Put it to work. Yeah, okay, yes, we should do that. Oh, the Cold War ended. Why are you getting all this money? Because you wanted us to build a space station with the space shuttle that you want. Oh. Well, we don't have the money for that. We don't have the money for that. So, we'll just work with the Russians and make like a watered down version of the space station. Okay, fine. Hey, why is the space station behind schedule? Because you literally asked us to change the entire scope of the project halfway through its development. Also cut our budget. Oh. Well, why hasn't this program been performing well? Because you cut our budget. And then the space shuttle failed again. Oh, why did it fail? Because you cut our budget. Dude, I'm telling you, I've watched many a C-SPAN freaking meetings here. This happens. And, dude, I even go back to before this stuff was televised, reading scripts about it between senators from 50 years ago. It's literally the same conversation over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It is ridiculous. Yeah, Franco, right? Exactly, Green. There you go. Why are we not giving you enough money? Green, dude, it's happened. It's like... NASA's literally gotten the shaft for 50 years straight. Every single project is a watered-down idea because they don't fund it. And now, don't get me wrong, I want a 7-car garage and a 12-bedroom house with a fountain in the front, like a chocolate fountain in the front. Can I afford that? No. I found what I found, and that's good enough. Sometimes you have to play with the budget that you're given. But that would mean that Congress and the president need to see eye to eye on things. This is why the NASA administrator needs to be a damn good politician, man. That's why I need to be a good politician, dude. Trying to unscrew that freaking frickery. Oh my god. Granted says, I don't think that's a good idea. No, that's that. Yep, nope. Well, there's the Apollo Applications Program. Yeah, the Apollo Applications Program. All these great ideas to do the Saturn V to use the Saturn V for going everywhere but the moon. They had tons of ideas for Venus, for, Mars, stuff like that. Also got canceled in 1972. Actually, dude, they didn't even get to 1972. NASA's funding was getting cut left and right in 1970. That's when they told... I recently learned this the other day when we were looking at LEM serial numbers. Grumman was working on the LEM, and people from NASA came in and said, nope, stop working. They're like, we're not finished yet. You ordered this already. You ordered 20 of these, and we're only at 15. Nope, stop working. No, we don't need to do that anymore. And then Grumman's like, what do you mean? We don't need to do that anymore. What are you talking about? You need these for... You bought these already. You gave us the money. You bought this already. Oh, no, yeah, we don't need that. That's literally what happened. Yep. It's like... Did JFK's party have clear majority in both houses needed back then for the space program? No, Foz. But back then, there was, and still to this day, spaceflight is something everybody agrees on. Usually the space program gets funded pretty dang well. But, it really depends on if the president has the political capital to make it a national priority. That's all. Dude, same kind of stuff happened during when Constellation got canceled. The A3 test stand at Stennis. It's a multi-million-dollar test stand for testing Ares 1 and Ares 5's upper stages. It's the biggest rocket vacuum test chamber ever built. So what they do is they basically could fire a rocket in a vacuum, and it's a vacuum chamber. But a vacuum chamber that fires rockets is difficult because vacuum chambers usually seal the pressure inside, and rockets make pressure, so it's this big Venturi system that has an inlet at the front with a small intake and an outlet at the other side with a big outlet for the exhaust, and the rocket engine fires inside of that, and it creates a vacuum. When the rocket engine turns on, it creates low pressure inside of the Venturi, just like a carburetor. That they built this gigantic A3 test stand, and they were halfway through building it when the Constellation program got axed, and the contractor said, You guys are paying for this. Why? You don't want it? And NASA's like, no. Yeah, we're also not going to pay you. And the contractor said, wait a minute. You paid me to build half of a test stand, and you said you were going to give me X amount of money, and now you're going to give me X divided by 2 amount of money, and the test stand's not going to be finished, even though you said you would pay me X amount of money. Yeah, no, I'm taking you to court. And that's what happened. The A3 test stand got completed in 2013, 3 years after Constellation was canceled, because the contractor went, you signed a contract. You signed a contract, dickhead. Yeah, also a true story. Crazy, huh? That's right, Bright. Yep, exactly. That's exactly where I was going with it. Yeah, John. Any estimates when this is going to happen? So that's the Landsat constellation, Granitas, when talking about mapping Earth's surface. Landsat constellation. Good idea. So what are we doing since No Hut the streamer? I don't know, man. Yeah, Hunster, the money's there. You need to have the political capital, dude. If you don't, you're going to be like, I think we should do this, and everybody's going to be like, no. Whatever game we railroad EJ into playing. Yeah, MP, it's a little annoying, but once again, I don't assign blame. I don't assign blame. You can blame this person, you can blame that person. You know, you know the type of people that blame everybody else for problems? Those are people that can't do. There's people that say anyone can point out a problem. That's cheap. That's easy to do. Fixing problems is hard. Everybody in this day and age likes to point out problems. Nobody likes to fix problems. The reason why I tell you guys isn't to piss you off. I'm telling you guys out there because I'm trying to fix this problem. If I bring attention to this kind of behavior, you know, since NASA's funding is directly tied to public perception, we know when this kind of crappy behavior happens, and we can call it out when we see it. Why do you think I read so much about this? Railroading into your railroads online. Since KSP2 is coming and all that, will you give a try to KSP modded install anytime soon? The more people ask, the more I don't want to, Jazos, to be honest with you. Like, if I'm just going to be frank, and maybe EJ as well. Dingleberg, I'm kind of coming down with like not wanting to do a stressful game, but we still have some Starship stuff to go through, guys, so I'm gonna go through that and we'll roll from there. Okay. All right, I had to change the tune up just in case. All right, do we have a new Starship vid? Yes, we do. All right, let's check out the NSF footage, huh? Yeah, indeed. Joey! That's a tier 3 5-monther, dude. 5 months already. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Well, 16 got axed. Off with his head. Yeah, garden. Nice lawn art. Gieson's like, JCB. JCB. Yeah, it is. What can I say? It's good equipment. Starship Henge. Did I miss you commentating on Tim's new video? Mech, I haven't watched it yet. The reason why I haven't watched it yet is because I was doing house stuff today. I will watch it after the stream tonight, okay? You like Ford, I like JCB. That's fair. That's fair. So I'm probably going to watch it over the weekend, and we'll have a Space News on Tuesday where we talk about it, yeah. By then it'll probably be old news, but whatever, I'll still do it. I'm a little surprised they didn't donate 16 to the county instead of scrapping it. Yeah, maybe they'll give the nose cone, who knows? I wonder how much the local United Rentals division has made with Starbase. It's funny, Scary. United Rentals Twitter account sometimes leaves comments on SpaceX's Twitter posts, which is wicked funny to me. I'm sorry, that's pretty damn funny. That makes me laugh. Waits patiently for truck. Yep. $15 should be preserved. Dankelberg, I think you're right. Yeah. 7, they moved it off the test stand, huh? Interesting. United Rental Salesman is probably driving a Tesla Plaid. Nice. I appreciate all the chill streams. Just moved 2,000 miles and it's been stressful. This is remarkably helpful to get me through until my family can make the move too. 2,000 miles, Zero. See, I'm moving 20 miles and I'm like... The family that I'm buying the house from, they're also moving a very long distance. I won't be descriptive about it because it's not fair to them. But yeah, it's up there. Over 1,000 miles. Easily over 1,000 miles. Yeah, so I literally met them today. They did not seem like, they were like, this is great. We're happy to do this. So, if I had any extra cash to tip, I would. Oh, please, please, please. No. It's all good, man. It's all good. You guys take very good care of me. Don't worry about it. I'm just happy you're here. And I can say that with the utmost honesty. I am just happy you are here. Straight up. I'm happy to see you. Being here is... Look, man. Tipping is great, and don't get me wrong, I love it. But somebody being in the stream and taking time out of their day to watch me like make funny Godzilla noises when the booster's moving around is one of the most flattering things around, dude. That means a lot to me. It always has. Chicago to Sacramento? That's a little change of pace. Holy crap, man. But yeah, fellas, and that goes to everybody. You guys just being here makes me happy. Like, that's a really nice feeling. Ask any streamer. Getting viewers is a very good feeling. It's really nice. That's the kind of stuff that keeps me coming back, man. It helps me get through my day too, Zeros. So I'm happy you're here, and I'm happy, you know, this is mutual, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy we're all having a good time. Repost. According to Tim's new video, it's going to be Booster 7 and Ship 24 for the... Hey, don't lie to me. You just said you couldn't do that. Don't do that again. You gotta move. Don't do that. Hey, you just said the opposite of that. Oh, it wasn't digital Zero. Oh, you dick. Dude, I cried laughing last night when you made the monkey noises. That wasn't Zeros. Oh, that's awesome. Some men just want to watch the world burn. That's great, dude. I gotta pause this. Yeah, Zeros, the monkey noise was funny. Guys, if you didn't watch the race, last night, let's just say I crashed. And the crash was so sudden because I didn't see it coming. I may have been a little alarmed by it. Sean with the 19, or Wildland with the 67, and Franco gifted 5. Road or oval? It was the second oval race, Scary, and a car got into the wall, and then the wall deflected them back in across the track, and I went right into that car going 235 miles an hour. Thanks, Franco. I appreciate it. And it was late, and I didn't know what noise to make, so I made this noise. It's just a sound clip, guys. The clip's floating around somewhere. Monkey. All right, we'll pause the Starship footage for a second here. I'll show you. Warning: there's some graphic language in this. There's some graphic language here. I'll show you real quick. Is it this one? Is this the right one? That's why I have the sound clip, dude. Damage indicator looks like a fucking McDonald's. It's red and yellow everywhere.
Yep. Shit.
Send it! Send it! Send it! Oh shit! I don't know where I am! Ah! It's alright, Sarah. It's funny as hell. I didn't. Monkey racing. What would you have done? Did you see it? It was just like, nope. There you go. Access, thanks for the 5 minutes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Monkey racing incident. Return to monkey. Dude, I do sound like Donkey Kong. Oh no. One more time. One more time. About those noise complaints from the neighbors. Oops.
Yep. Shit.
Send it. Send it. Send it. Oh shit. I don't know where I am. Ah! Thanks, man. It's still funny, dude. That's not gonna be not funny for a long time. That's really funny, dude. That should be the new sub alert sound. Oh yeah, that's why I immediately had Jackal, a viewer in chat, clip it and make this. Eric Johnson, Monkey Agency. Kimmy Räikkönen from Wish. How did you pit? I don't know how I wound up at the pits, dude. I really don't know where the car ended up going. Last night? Yeah. That's just incredible, dude. The wheels caught at like 2:30 and dude, the car got sent into space. No. Where are we?
Discovery,
I'm trying.
throttle up.
Oh, there's this. Oh, that's the stands down there. Okay, it's Adventures of Space Monkey.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, Matt with the bits, God, thank you very much.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
We're parallel with the top level of the stands, dude. Look at my rearview mirrors. It looks like I just took off. Yeah, I think the car went out of bounds. Matt with more bits and God gifted out 5 subs. Please, you have to compare it with this. What is this? It does sound like that. How many Starlinks were on this launch? 53, I think. It did a Gemini 8. Dude, I don't know where I am here. Oh. Yeah, okay, there's the pits, I think. Repost, and Ship 24 will have Starlink V2 on it. Oh, okay, cool. Well, one more time.
Shit.
Send it! Send it! Send it! Oh shit! I don't know where I am! Ah! Dude, if I was in VR, I would have puked. Just everywhere. I guess we have a fully viable explanation for your banana obsession. Hey, I do not have a banana obsession, okay? We could get third person through the content manager replay. You know why I like bananas so much? It's just because banana is fun to say. Alright? That's really the honest truth. Banana. It's hilarious. Panta. Oh, man, that's funny. Oh, my God. And you can sing spell it. B-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A. Alright, back to Starship. Back to Starship stuff. Also... Pick up that banana. Yep. Yep. That's, yeah, that's Joe. Yeah, Joe's cool. Yep. Yep. Yep, Joe has the banana for scale. That's pretty funny. Loop of shame. Thank you for the raid, man. That's one of the guys that watches the stream holding a banana up next to a multi-billion-dollar launch vehicle. Yeah, couldn't make that up. How you doing, buddy? Oh, hey, I know that guy holding a banana. Oh, yeah? Yeah, seriously, it's true. Yep. Yeah, that actually happened. All right. Anyway, Luke, thanks for the raid, man. I gotta pick a random bit number, and if someone finds the random bit number, it'll play the EJ Monkey crash. Oh, good. After raid and run. Now I get it. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Didn't realize he watched the stream too. Oh yeah. Rev, he lurks hard. I don't see him very often. He's probably busy working on the rocket. He's in TOSC if I'm remembering right. I'm probably remembering wrong. Tomorrow night, the moon passes into the Earth's shadow, creating a total lunar eclipse. Cool. Hey! Loop, you rated me and then gifted 5 subs? Bro, that's not how this works at all. What are you doing? You're doing it wrong. I'm supposed to be thanking you. I mean, I lurk hard. He works MPS. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Dude, I know. He came into the stream. He's like, EJ, I'm holding up a banana. Look for it. I'm like, what? Really? He's like, I'm holding up a banana. I'm like, first of all, I was like, you work on that? And he's like, yeah, I'm holding up a banana. Look for it. And I'm like, oh my god. All right, I didn't know that. This guy just lurked the stream. That's cool, Rev. Yeah, it's freaking BA, dude. Loop's just doing what you do to the Hoonigan. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you, man. That makes sense. I'll have to talk to him. Oh, yeah, banana for scale. It's hilarious. Total lunar eclipse. Oh, cool. Cool. My first smug emote. Anyway, who else? Yeah, so that Loop had 5 in there with the raid, and then Matt at 100 bits. God, 5 subs. Hunster at 100 bits. Pembo at 1,000 because he's an absolute G. And then Access, Franco, both gifted 5. Wildland had a 67, and Sean had a 19er, and that's where all hell broke loose. All right. Anyway, let's finish up with the Starship video, fellas. Okay. Actually, Rev, I haven't seen that guy since he told me he was gonna do it. Tell him I saw it and tell him I think that's hilarious. I laughed my behind off. It was really funny. I don't think I've seen him since, unless he's been lurking, so. Zeros with 100 bits. As a note, everything said in Tim regarding to the Starship OFT is likely outdated since that was recorded on the 16th. Yep. XPZ, you're home from dinner out. Got rear-ended on the way back from my troubles. Ah. Is it insurance agent bad, dude? Or is it just bad? He's probably been working a lot. There's been a lot of work to get SLS ready. Oh, I know those guys kicked it into overdrive, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ground guys with that damn catch can and torquing the bolts and stuff, like, I mean, it's just upgrading process flow, but still, yeah, you gotta be ready, dude. Yeah, yeah. And they are working fast, Rev. Yeah, they're working quick, dude. I try to tell people that. I usually get a lot of flack for it, but I try to tell people that as much as I can. Yeah, 16, taking that thing apart. Minor bump at a stoplight by a Tesla. The car... You got rear-ended by you got a minor bump at a stoplight by a Tesla, and the guy got out of the car and said the car's distance estimation was wrong? Oh, yeah. Rev, the rubber in the helium line. When I heard that, I'm like, frick. Peg, 7-month resub. Thank you. Yes, exactly. That's what the guy said. Oh, I'm sorry, my autopilot rear-ended you. Bro, homeboy, your hands are on the wheel. And your feet weren't on the brakes? What were you doing? Whose fault is it if the autopilot crashes into your car, man? That's so funny, dude. I would be pissed. I'd be like, oh yeah? Well, that's good. Now I'm calling my insurance agent. Yeah, he's taking a nap. Oh my god. It's so funny, dude. Oh, man. He's probably watching Twitch hot tub streams. That's bad. Damn, dude. Insurance exchange, minor damage, just annoyance. Yeah. Yep, just one of those things. Do not fork from this end when engine installed. Huh. I didn't know fork was a verb. I'll fork from any angle I want to. No, it's they're talking about the forklift, man. Do not fork. Do not fork. I'm gonna fork. You've not been to the UK then? Hey, fork you, alright? Dude, we're so forked. So, okay, actually, that print is kind of important because we saw this cargo come in on the video yesterday, and I looked at it, and the forking holes were offset to one side because I thought it was carrying an engine. Because the forking holes were off to one side. Because engines generally, when rocket engines are carried in one direction over the other, if they're carried horizontally instead of vertically, there's a lot of mass from all the turbine machinery, and the nozzle is not a lot of mass. So an offset mass on the shipping container, meaning the forking holes were on one side, means that it's an engine. I can't, man. I can't do it. I tried to be serious, man. I can't do it. Fork you, chat. Yeah, don't hump the forking holes, okay? I don't know. Gee, there you go, Lego. Yeah, just give me $300, whatever. Was it wearing a tongue and then you no. There, see? All right. Next thing. Remember how I said yesterday they were saying, oh, they're putting up the walls. No, they put up insulation because of climate. See that? You want to keep the climate inside where you're fabricating spacecraft parts, you know, not humid so parts don't get corroded and or rusted. So this factory that they're putting up here is going to be a more permanent structure. The insulation is a dead giveaway. So they have the insulation, and then they have the corrugated steel on the outside, the cladding. Yeah, and what they do is you roll the insulation out, and you kind of leave the insulation hanging there like a towel, and then you screw or nail the cladding. You screw or nail the cladding into this structure, and it kind of sandwiches the insulation, holding it in place. Yeah, once again, it's indicative of SpaceX's long-term plans at Boca Chica. These buildings, this is a much more permanent structure than the tents to the left of this. No, you screw the cladding, not fork it, Ren. Damn it. Fork you. Number plate was only 60 quid, so I got a new spare tire. Nice. Nice. That's a new booster transportation stand. That's an old booster transportation stand with the testing cap behind it. So forking, but no spooning.
Discovery, no throttle up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, whatever you do, just wash your hands. Yarg, tier 2, 86-month resub. Thanks, man. Fork you? Fork me? Knife you. Yeah. They finally took the testing cap from the leg skirt. Yep. Don't fork the fiberglass insulation. No, I said not to fork the fiberglass insulation. You screw it, Geeson. You screw it in with the metal, the corrugated steel on the outside. If we only spoon after... Wait. Oh. You want a fork knife? Fork knife? I don't want that. Thoughts on playing this tonight? Hearts, old world Hearts of Iron, Old World Blues. Maybe. I'm gonna leave that link up, John. Maybe we could play that sometime this week. I don't know. That doesn't sound better. I thought GTA was tonight. Shaw, GTA is off the shelf, dude, for now. I had to take it out of the rotation until we figure out a solution. Too many hackers. We had four hackers come in last time. We barely got 2 races in. And it happened 2 weeks before that. It sucks. Yeah, Fallout mod for Hearts. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, no, we were gonna do Hunt the Streamer tonight, but yeah, it's just we had to shelve GTA. It's getting to be too bad. Like, we gotta wait until they patch the game at the very least. Yeah, at the very least. Don't even call them hackers. They're modders. They have no skills that are needed to hack. Yeah, drummer. Who hacks anyway nowadays, dude? It's not even hacking. It's just freaking buying other people's code. What a joke. Hacking suggests skills. Yep. Yes, Lemprod. Yeah, I think so. Does that mean Among Us? I will shut the stream off. Hunster, we're exploring that option, dude. Yep, script kitties. Indeed. John, I have a feeling in the future that I'm going to be doing a lot of Car Mechanic Simulator, but not minus the simulator part on stream, so I don't need to do that right now. The day EJ plays Among Us again is the day I stream. Okay. Hackers died. All community. Yeah, right, Granitas? Yeah.